It's now 9 o'clock, and I would like us to begin. I am going to say a very, very short bit of or few remarks before we begin, and just to welcome everybody. We haven't met in quite some time, and I think it's the start of a significant amount of sessions that we're going to have together over the coming weeks and months. We've got the gang inquiry coming up as well. And as we know, there have been a magnitude of changes that have occurred over the last 24 hours, amongst all the other things that have happened before that. I would like to firstly start to just ask Babalwa whether we can continue and if we have quorum before I do the opening remarks. Babalwa?
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. Can you hear me from my side? I can't hear you from your side.
Yes, we can hear you, Babalwa. Have we got quorum to continue?
Okay, you would like me to tender the apologies?
No, we just want to know if we've got quorum to continue with the meeting. And Nicolette, are you able to check maybe with Babalwa?
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I missed that.
I just want to check with Babalwa whether we have quorum, but it seems that she cannot hear us.
And Chair, from a brief look, we do have quorum.
So just checking. I see enough. Most of our members are on. I know there are two apologies. We'll come to the apologies then now. So we have quorum to continue. I'm going to then start by maybe just giving a little bit of context to today's meeting. We know that currently the policing environment is under significant pressure with very high levels of violence and organized crime. And it seems that there's ongoing instability in certain key policing functions. And obviously, because of that, there's a growing public concern about safety and accountability. With that context, our engagement that starts today, or one of several engagements on the annual performance plans and in this time budgets of PSIRA and the Civilian Secretariat, is to assess whether these institutions are realistically positioned to support a more effective and accountable policing system. And as we go through these presentations, I want us to have a special focus on, firstly, whether the performance indicators are meaningful, whether they actually add value, whether they are measurable, and if they actually speak to the challenges that exist on the ground. We always speak about lived realities, and it's to determine that. And then secondly, whether the budgets before us are actually aligned to those priorities. In other words, whether there is a credible link between what is planned and what is funded. On PSIRA, there are a few issues we cannot ignore, and this has been coming along for quite some time. Firstly, the authority is currently operating without a council in place, which in terms of the PFMA should serve as the accounting authority. So this is hugely problematic. Instead, at the moment, we've got an acting accounting authority arrangement with the CEO also in an acting capacity, which is potentially also problematic. This raises really serious concerns about further governance challenges, increased accountability problems, and obviously oversight too. It becomes even more important in light of the ongoing investigation regarding the private security regulator into the UIF-funded training project that we have spoken about as a committee and along with the Auditor General before, where there were serious questions that have already been raised about financial controls or the lack thereof, and a very, very poor decision-making. So we need clarity today, not only on performance targets, but on how governance risks are being managed in the absence of a properly constituted accounting authority. And then on the Civilian Secretariat, we note and welcome the continued realignment of its mandate more closely with its constitutional role, particularly in strengthening civilian oversight, policy development, and monitoring of the police's performance. I think it's an important shift, and it's one that is certainly welcome. But again, the key question for us is whether the shift that we are seeing is reflected in the APP and obviously then to the budget, and whether the indicators are sharp enough and whether the resources are sufficient to support a more evidence-based and impactful oversight function. So I would encourage members today to engage quite directly on these issues: performance, budget alignment, and governance, because that is what will determine whether these institutions can contribute meaningfully to improving policing outcomes. So, colleagues, with that, I made the opening remarks. I would then, before I go to the adoption of the agenda, also like to welcome Secretary Sibuyi from the Secretariat, Mr. Chauke from PSIRA and the team, and then even more importantly, the Minister or Acting Minister of Police, Mr. Kachalia, Deputy Minister Boshielo, and Deputy Minister Matale for also joining us today. I would then like to move and ask whether we can adopt the agenda. Babawa, if you could flight the agenda for us. Babalwa. Nicolette, are you able to adopt the agenda, flight the agenda for us, please? There we go. It's not a very long agenda, and we're aiming to be finished today by 12 p.m. Thank you, Nicolette. Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Schikkeling.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the colleagues. Thank you very much for your opening statement and remarks. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Acting Minister Kachalia.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm quite happy with the agenda. I just wondered if I could have a minute or so to make some observations before Mr. Chauke and Mr. Sibuyi are asked to make their presentations, especially in the light of the fact that I have requested from you this morning that I be allowed to leave at 10:30. So I might not be here when they've both completed their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That's 100%. I'm going to come to you now. We then adopt the agenda as is, and then I would just like to ask Babawa has sent me a message to just indicate that she has a problem with her speaker and she's trying to resolve that. In terms of apologies, we've received the apologies of the Honourable Kola Barnard, the Honourable Mkongi, and the Honourable Breitenbach. And then the acting minister has already indicated that he may need to jump off a little bit earlier, but I understand that the deputies are also with us to
Chairperson, I'm in a
that gap.
meeting.
Thank
I'm in
you,
a
Honourable
meeting.
Mkongi. Okay,
Yes,
I
I'm
heard
in a
you. Thank
meeting.
you. I heard
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you very much. I'm then going to give an opportunity of a few minutes to the Acting Minister of Police, Mr. Pachalia, to just make a few remarks before we hand over to Secretary Sabui to start with the first presentation. Minister?
Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate your the indulgence that you've granted. With respect to the, first of all, I think that I'm looking forward to the report of the committee, because your observations with respect to the alignment of the performance indicators in the budget are really on point, and I would be very interested in the conclusions of the committee. On the matter concerning CSIRA's governance risks, I'm sure that Mr. Chauke will address these matters in more detail when he makes his remarks. But I do want to indicate that the council was dissolved. I accepted a recommendation from Mr. Chauke because of the evidence of misconduct by members of the council who were receiving double remuneration. For instance, holding a position in the South African Police Service and then serving on the board. That was clearly inappropriate. And the decisions that were taken on remuneration were, of course, decisions of the board. And that indicated very obvious governance failures. So I indicated to Mr. Chauke, once the governance structure had been clarified to me, that it's made up of 5 members, and that they didn't have any risk committee or remuneration committee, no subcommittees, because the council is too small. And those governance failures had consequences, some of which the committee has been trying to address. So I indicated to Mr. Chauke that I want a proposal from him, which I haven't yet received, but he's assured me that he's close to making a proposal on a new governance structure, which will require legislative amendments. Now, that is going to take some time, obviously. It's putting a council in place with a proper governance structure. And therefore, in the meantime, we've had to delegate the authority effectively of the accounting function of the board to Mr. Chauke, because there isn't a board in place. That is to be an interim measure. It's not optimal, but circumstances have required that we take some interim steps. We are in the process of appointing a board. The panel has shortlisted, has produced a shortlist. To be honest, I've been struggling with the question whether, putting an interim board in place, which will obviously then sit for a period of time is the right way forward in the light of the fact that there are obviously weaknesses in the current governance structure prescribed by the Act. But it's going to take some time, as I indicated, to put a new board in place in accordance with the new governance structure. And so the council will be appointed from that short list. And then I'm also interested in the committee's perspective on the UIF training program. Mr. Jurka should clarify where the SIU investigation is. But in this respect, I think that the committee has been quite right to flag this matter and to respect and to indicate its concerns in this regard. The governance structure of PSIRA is obviously critical because this is a growing industry. It's expanding. There are all kinds of risks that have to be addressed as a result of this expansion. They play a very important role in law enforcement, but because it's a growing industry, we need to be paying attention to PSIRA. And there have been some indications that PSIRA has also potentially been affected by the attempts by cartels to infiltrate. I know from a report I got from Mr. Chauke that Mr. Matlala also had set himself up as a private security provider. So this is something we need to pay attention to. And then with respect to the Civilian Secretariat, I think that in recent years, over a period of time, the model that had been prescribed when the Constitution was drafted of civilian oversight was kind of received less emphasis over time. At another time, we can discuss possibly what why that has been the case. But I think that a new effort, further efforts now have to be made to strengthen civilian oversight, having learned from the lessons of recent decades. Because one reason perhaps why we are in the position we are with respect to policing, with respect perhaps to its efficiency, effectiveness and performance, might well have to do with the fact that there's been inadequate, that the Civilian Secretariat has not been in a position through under-resourcing and so forth, maybe a lack of support to carry out its responsibilities. So I think that as part of the reset agenda for the country with respect to policing, it's very appropriate that we should all, especially the committee, should be looking at the questions that the chairperson Cameron identified, so that we can start to emphasize once again or provide greater support to the role of the Civilian Secretariat. And I can say that I think under Mr. Sibui's leadership over the last few months, I can say, since my appointment, I feel that there has been some progress in this regard, and that this is perhaps reflected in the current budget. But that is what needs to be subjected to oversight and scrutiny. Thanks very much, Chairperson, and to all the members of the committee. Let me also acknowledge the presence of two deputy ministers in this meeting, and that's an indication of our commitment to the oversight process as a ministry. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your introductory remarks. I would then like to give or hand over to Mr. Sibui as the Secretary of Police to take us into the first presentation. Mr. Thibu, you're welcome. You've got about 35 minutes for the presentation. I will give you a heads up at about 10 or 5 minutes before your time stops, after which we'll be able to have a discussion with the members of the committee. Mr. Thibu.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me greet you this morning to the honorable members of the committee, Minister of Police, Acting Minister of Police, Mr. Kachalia, our deputy ministers, Mr. Matale, as well as Dr. Bushielo, and to the CEO and the colleagues at Civilian Secretariat, and thanks a lot, Chair. We'll request that probably if we could be assisted to flight the presentation, but confirm, Chair, that the presentation will reflect our annual performance plan for the current financial year. It has taken into account various documents that we have consulted on. Firstly, the approved MTDP for the 7th administration, the minister's priorities, as well as the State of the Nation address. But it has taken into account the recommendations that have been made by the committee, even the recommendations made from the 6 administrations who have taken them forward. Chair, without wasting time, I think the issue that requires more emphasis is the issues that the minister has raised, in particular repositioning the Civilian Secretariat to perform its constitutional mandate fully. And there may be quite a number of areas that requires a concerted effort in the capacitation of the Civilian Secretariat, so that we could come a full cycle in terms of our mandate, and that includes both financial and human resources improvement, as well as issues around technology advancement, because we continue to be under assault. So therefore, we think that the baseline of the department has to be considerably relooked at. But without laboring the point, Chair, I would like Mr. Mashilwane to please take us through or take the committee through the presentation, and then will be followed by the CFO, who will then talk to the budget. Chair, with your permission, Chair, may I please ask Mr. Mashilwane to proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, DG, for the opportunity. Special greetings also to the Minister, and also both DMs, Ndate Matale and Ngakawishielo, CEO of PSIRA, honorable members on the platform, and the colleagues from CSPS and also from PSIRA. Chair, I will then be sharing the APP presentation, which among others covers these areas that are flagged on the presentation outline. In terms of the background, Chair, and the purpose, we have developed this plan guided by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in terms of the revised framework for strategic plans and the APP, which generally guides all government departments to then develop those plans aligned with the priorities of government. Over and above that, Chair, we also guided by the Parliament, where Parliament will also expect all government departments to come and table their strategic plans and APP in Parliament. So we have really complied with that in terms of developing this plan. So we will then cover the commitments we have in our APP for the current financial year and also the budget to support the implementation. We can also assure the committee that the plan, the indicators that are in the plan, including the targets, also conform to the requirements of the revised framework for strategic plans and annual performance plan from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. In terms of the mandate, Chair, as indicated by the Minister, our mandate as a department has not really changed much. It's still aligned with our strategic plan, which we tabled last year. We can safely summarize the mandate of CSPS as being providing the Minister with the policy advice and research support, and also developing safety and policing policies through our evidence-based approach, and monitor and evaluate the performance of the South African police services to ensure effective service delivery in the country. We also work with various stakeholders within our sector and those that are outside government to also help us to ensure that there's prevention of crime and violence within the country. The vision and mission, Chair, has not changed, is still aligned with our SP, but in doing this work, we also subscribe to values that we also take into consideration as we implement our plans. Key amongst them being the issue around collaboration, accountability, and transparency that we really expect from internal stakeholders within CSPS and also the ministry at large, including SAPS. So those are the key values that will definitely enable us to deliver on our mission and ultimately the vision. We also had to consider, Chair and the honorable members, the policies and strategies that then govern our institutional planning within the department. So there are a number of those in the department, key amongst them being the ICBPS, and also the white paper on policing and the M&E framework that we use to monitor the performance of the South African police services. We also had to look into our communication strategy, Chair, which is then aligned to our strategic plan, because our department, we've been found wanting by the committee to say we are not visible. The general public don't seem to know who we are in terms of our mandate. So to profile the work of the department under the leadership of our DG, we had to develop the 5-year communication strategy to improve our visibility. In terms of the legislative program for the planning period, Chair, for Parliament, we will then be introducing the Firearm Control Amendment Bill, while for Cabinet approval in terms of public comments, we will then be reviewing our CSPS Amendment Bill, the Critical Infrastructure Protection and the PSIRA, and then the Criminal Law, the Forensic Procedure Amendment Bill for public comments. So those are then the legislation that we have committed to pursue in our APP. Just to share with the committee in terms of the process we embarked on when we were developing this plan. We started sometime last year in July at ESCO, where as a strategic management unit, we had to come up with a planning approach to develop our APP 26-27. So where we are now, Chair, we are then presenting this APP to the committee, having considered all the relevant stakeholders that are required to improve the quality of our institutional planning in our department. So we must indicate that there was a sectoral strategic planning session led by the minister, facilitated by the DG, held in October, where we engage our provincial departments of safety, our provincial secretariats, to ensure that we consider the priorities that affect our environment. We submitted this plan as a draft to DPME as required. They gave us an assessment to ensure that our targets and indicators are smart. So we had to consider that feedback from DPME, which we received in end of January. So we had our own internal strategic planning session on the 6th of February, where we were integrating those recommendations that were made by DPME. In February, the president then delivered the State of the Nation address. So we also had to ensure that the priorities that are highlighted by the president also find expression in our APP. So we then presented this plan also to our ARC, which also assists us in terms of oversight. They made substantive inputs into our plan, so we also considered those inputs and included them in our plan. So the Speaker of Parliament then invited us to table the plan by the 30th of March. We have done that. So here we are today then presenting the actual plan to the committee. As DG has indicated and the minister, in developing this plan, we had to look at our environment, which we call situational analysis. The current administration, which is the seventh, is guided by the 3 priorities. For us, the key one is then strategic priority 3, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So there are 5 outcomes that support this 3 strategic priority 3. So key for us is increasing feelings of safety in women and children in communities. So for us as a department chair and honorable members, we have elevated ICDPS in the MDDP to ensure the whole of government and the whole of society approach to reduce crime and violence in the countries. So in implementation of this ICDPS together with other relevant stakeholders, it is our a positive assumption that we will then be able to drive the realization that is outlined in the NDP chapter 12, building safer communities. So if all these 5 outcomes under priority 3 are then realized within the CSPS cluster, we should be able to make some indelible efforts in terms of realizing a building safer society in our country. We could not also ignore, Chair, in terms of our planning, the key developments that are happening in our environment, in our policy landscape. Key amongst them being the Matlanga and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee, which have really painted a picture of police service that is characterized by operational inefficiency and systematic challenges. So what we are noting as a department, we are saying the recommendation that will then emanate from these 2 committees, once made available, will definitely assist us in terms of reforming and resetting the South African police services, which is ultimately to ensure that it's more professional, ethical, competent, and also addresses the needs of the communities in the society. So that's the undertaking we are making as a department, also to improve our institutional quality of planning in our country. As I've indicated, Chair and honorable members, President has made a number of directive to us during the SONA, which was delivered in February. Key amongst them for us is to ensure that we address the root causes of crime. So for us, the intervention there is to accelerate the implementation of ICDPS on issues around tackling gun crime and also ensuring that the police services remains ethical, responsive, and rooted in the communities it serves. There are a number of initiatives that as a department will definitely implement and monitor in the current financial year. Firearms Control Amendment Bill, we expect cooperation from the relevant stakeholders with an aim that come by 2nd quarter of the current financial year, this particular legislation needs to be introduced in Parliament. We also need to assess the integrity and the police conduct within the South African police services, and also monitor the implementation that are generated by IPID on a monthly and quarterly basis, and review certain legislation and policies and programs within SAPS to ensure that they are able to remain more ethical and responsive and address issues of service delivery within our country. Minister Chair, sometime in March, towards the end of the previous financial year, we convened what we call MINMEC, where we invited all the relevant stakeholders within the sector, our provincial departments of community safety, provincial secretariats. Then the minister shared with us his priorities to ensure that we then reset and reform the South African police services. Key amongst those priorities is ensure improved crime level with focus on GPD. So as a department, ICDPS chair remain quite a strategic intervention we are going to implement. We'll also conduct the perception survey, which we have committed in the MDDP in the current financial year, just to gauge the level of implementation of this particular strategy across the country. So there will also be a number of anti-crime campaigns that will also be focusing on the GBV, which the Civilian Secretariat will definitely implement in the country in response to the priority 1 of the minister. The firearm-related crime, I've also spoken to that. Stakeholders will then be consulted to ensure that this particular legislation finds its way in Parliament. On border security, as a department, we'll also be conducting a research study to identify the effectiveness of policing at the major ports of entry to make a contribution to this particular priority. On strategic and management capability, honorable members will also remember that as a department, we have tabled the national policing policy, which was then approved by cabinet last year. So where we are now, we'll be working with SAPS to ensure that the implementation plan on this national policing policy is then developed and then implemented to ensure that SAPS have a strong strategic and management capability. On issues around improving trust in the South African police services, there are also a number of interventions that will also implement the Civilian Secretariat to gain that trust. But as a key amongst them is to ensure on assessment of policies and legislation. We will also monitor the implementation and the effectiveness of the selection and recruitment policy of the South African police services, and also the prevention of the organized crime. We'll monitor the implementation of that particular legislation. We'll also work with our communities to ensure that we revitalize the community patroller program across all the provinces. We'll engage various stakeholders to ensure there's a resourcing in terms of funding to roll out the effective implementation of this particular program. Priority 6 is on effective intelligence and detective capabilities. So the establishment of the National Policing Advisory Committee, as called for by NDP, and also the National Policing Policy, will also be executing a number of activities to ensure that this committee gets established in the department. Lastly, is around technology, the use of technology to fight crime. In the country, we have developed the e-policing policy to assist South African police services to use technology to fight crime. As a Civilian Secretariat, ours is to ensure oversight to MNE, the implementation of that particular policy, and make certain recommendations to SAPS. We have to scan the environment, Chair and honorable members, with all our programs in the department. But what is coming out quite clear, as Minister has confirmed in the DG, on our weaknesses is around issues of the budget. Our baseline is not really sufficient to enable us to deliver on our constitutional mandate. Human resources, we have found wanting there. In terms of ICT architect, we are still using old ICT systems that are not in sync with the fourth industrial revolution. Those are the areas where we are found wanting. So if we can then improve on those areas, we should be able to make effective impact in terms of oversight over the South African police services. We then look at these challenges, the weaknesses and threats, and say, what is it that we can then do as a department to ameliorate these emerging challenges? So what we will do, we have signed cooperation agreements in provinces where there's high level of crime. So we expect those metro municipalities to assist us to roll out the implementation of ICBPS, to ensure that ICBPS makes an impact out there in communities to reduce the crime stress that are experienced by those particular provinces. We're engaging the Department of Constitutional Development in terms of CARA funding to assist us also to improve business automation within the department in terms of funding. We currently, as I've indicated on the legislative program, will also be reviewing the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service Acts to ensure that our recommendation becomes binding over the South African police services. So those are some of the initiatives that we'll then be exploring in the current financial year to ensure that we address our threats and weaknesses, honorable members. When we presented the strategic plan last year, we have adopted the theory of change. Key for us is to ensure that the impact statement is then realized, a safer communities in a developmental state. So we have elevated 3 strategic outcomes in our SP, key amongst them being accelerate the implementation of ICBPS, because we definitely believe that if that strategy can then be implemented by the relevant stakeholders, the communities, we should be able to reduce issues of violence and crime within our country. Transformation and professionalization. The key developments that are currently happening in our space definitely requires that South African police services needs to change. So there are a number of outputs that will then be implementing to support the professionalization and transformation of the South African police services. So for us, professionalization, we say it also has to start with us as a Civilian Secretariat for police service, even being ethical and competent. So there will also be those strategies that we pursue in the current financial year to ensure that the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services also remain professional and ethical. So if we implement all those outputs and we get cooperation from relevant stakeholders, we should be able to realize safer communities in a developmental state come 2030, as envisaged by NDP. In terms of targets and indicators, these are then the outline per program. Program 1 will have a total of 6 targets. Program 2, 10, and then 3 will have 6. And program 4, MNE, will then have a total of 9 for the current financial year. So over MTF period, in our APPS prescribed by the DPMU, we are expected to also show targets over the 3-year period. So those are the numbers that we have in our APP, which we have submitted to Parliament. Program 1, for example, we have the board, the DNA board. which then assess the functionality of our NFT. So there will be a number of reports we then generate on the assessment of our NFT, which is for the year. Then quarterly, we'll then be generating those reports. Similarly, with the DBCI charge, which is hosted under Program 1, there will be a number of status reports we produce on investigation for DBCI. So there will be those reports that we also will generate. And the corporate services, we to accelerate professionalization of the public service. So we have a human capital implementation plan, which will then assist us to realize that intentions outlined by the Department of Public Service and Administration. Similarly, with the ICT strategy, there's a plan in place which we are currently implementing. Under CFO, we then comply with the payment of our suppliers within 30 days, and we monitor our budget on a monthly and quarterly basis to ensure that we don't experience unwanted expenditure. There are also key highlights or deliverables that are also contained within Program 1, Chair. Key amongst them, we are currently reviewing the structure. In concert, we are at an advanced stage where we'll engage in National Treasury and DPSA to ensure that Civilian Secretariat gets adequate capacity for it to deliver its constitutional mandate. There are also controls in place that we have to sustain our clean audit outcome. Our DG is a chairperson of the Planning and Monitoring Committee of the CSPS, just to monitor those 5 outcomes of the priority 3 of the MDDP. So we sit on a monthly basis to monitor the implementation of those targets and indicators for MDDP. Our MINMEC minister has taken a decision that we use MINMEC to monitor the implementation of the ministerial priority. So all provincial departments will then come to MINMEC and also SAPS to show us progress around the implementation of ministerial priorities. We are also expected to make a contribution in terms of job opportunities initiatives. Currently, we then have work integrated learnership and internship program where we then train these learners, honorable members, to ensure that they become more employable in the foreseeable future in terms of getting jobs within the country. Program 2, there are also a number of initiatives that we'll then implement to support the implementation of ICVPS. As I've indicated, the key one is then cooperation agreements. So there will be reports that we then get from those 4 provinces that we have entered into in terms of cooperation agreements. We will roll out capacity building session to our CSF, CSPS cluster departments. We will also conduct anti-crime campaigns to improve issues of community safety. We'll continue to assess our CPF and CSF to ensure that they remain functional. Also on the school safety protocol, as a department, we'll also be monitoring the implementation of this school safety protocol and generate reports to make a recommendation to South African police services to improve the implementation of this particular protocol. On community engagement, we also have a target of 12 to roll out community engagements to promote community safety. We'll also be having response plan on our ECMBs, where we'll then provide feedback to those communities that we will have engaged on issues of service delivery around policing, and then give them feedback in terms of addressing those commitments we will have made during our engagement. Over and above that, Chair, as I've indicated, to improve our disability, there are a number of initiatives that will then be implemented in the current financial year to make sure that CSPS remain known across the country. And to address the ministerial directive, we will also be rolling out the community-based patrol program to support policing in the country. And also, as part of our departmental contribution to tackle illicit economy, there will also be a number of several campaigns that will then roll out to ensure that responsible use of alcohol across the country. Moving to Program 3, which is legislation and policy development. Here, Chair, is just about ICVPS, knowledge and information management, but also key to mention that we will also be reviewing, analyzing a key policy around the outcomes, performance indicators and outcomes around SAPS, and we will be making recommendation to SAPS in relation to those particular policy. We'll also be conducting that research project that I've highlighted under SONA directive, and then the legislation that will then be taken to cabinet for approval, for public comments are 4, and for introduction into parliament is that one of the firearm. There are also our DG is the chairperson of the National Working Committee, will be working with various government departments to come on board and also to ensure that they then prioritize ICVPS in their institutional plans and ensure comprehensive reporting through this particular committee that sits on a quarterly basis. We will also be providing progress to our GCPS cluster departments and also ultimately FOSAT and cabinet on the implementation of the ICBPS. Lastly, program 4, civilian oversight, monitoring and evaluation. This one, Chair, is just key to ensure that there's professionalization and transformation within the South African police services. So there will be a number of initiatives that we will then implement to ensure that then SAPS improve on their professionalization. Key amongst them will then be, we'll be looking at the SAPS budget and program performance just to check if they are able to deliver on their indicators and targets that they've outlined in their APP. We'll also be monitoring those IP recommendations on improving their organizational behavior or performance. We'll also be monitoring the police conduct and integrity in the South African police services. We'll then be assessing the implementation of legislation and policies, and also look into the complaints management system. Is SAPS in a better position to deal with complaints that are generated by the general public? We will be looking at that system and make recommendations to SAPS to ensure that then they move with speed in terms of ensuring effective and efficient management of the complaints management system. Similarly, on GBB, we'll then be monitoring the implementation of the TVA Act within the South African police services and generate those reports on a biannual basis with a recommendation around compliance and non-compliance on the DVA. As I've indicated, we will also be doing the perception survey on the ICBPS. So this program will then assist us in terms of gauging the level of implementation of this strategy, and we'll also be making some key observations and findings and the recommendation to ensure effective rollout of this particular strategy. The other key highlights is then about the police station, top priority police station. So there will be a total of 140 top priority police stations that will then target in the current financial year to look into issues of impact of crime, serious crimes that are then reported in those particular police stations. We'll be working with our provincial secretariat, station commander and South African police services. We'll also be generating reports with clear key recommendation so that SAPS improve its performance around police station. As I've indicated on this database of recommendation, we will then be monitoring this recommendation on a quarterly and monthly basis to ensure that SAPS then improve on its systems and programs. Chair, all the indicators in the APP, as prescribed by the DPME, they are expected to be defined using the technical indicator description. So they are all defined based on the APP we tabled in Parliament. This is just an example one from program 1. So, but we can confirm that for program 2, 3, and 4, all those indicators, Chair, they were defined. In total, we'll be implementing total of 31 indicators for the financial year 26-27. Chair, that in summary then concludes performance indicators that we have committed in the APP. With your permission, allow me now to hand over to CFO to share with us the budget to support the implementation of this APP.
Thank you. You're welcome.
CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Executive and the platform, and all protocol observed. In this slide, what we are trying to do here is to provide a comparison and alignment between the MTF performance estimates against the MTF financial estimates. Critical to note in this slide is the fact that there is going to be no updates regarding the 26-27 financial APP targets. And the reason for this is the fact that, as my colleague would have shared with the members, is that the department remains severely underfunded. So what one will note for the period under review, which is 2026-27, the department has been allocated a budget of about 181.3 million. Comparing this against the finances of the budget of the previous 2026 financial year, one will note that this is just an increase of about 8.7 million, which is just about 5%. Looking over the MTF period, starting from 2026-27, to 2028-29 financial years, I need to indicate that if you look on annual basis, the average increase of this budget will be about 3.7%. We can move on to the next slide. The top part of the slide will show us the respective programs within the department, and the lower part of it will be showing the economic classifications. If you look at the top part, which talks to administration, what one will find interesting is the fact that if you look at administration, which has a budget of about 81.1 million for the 2026 financial year, it has the least increase of about 170,000 compared to the budget of the previous 2025, 26, 27 financial year. And this 170 increase is about 0.2% increase, which is even less than half increase for the administration program. I also need to indicate that the highest increase is observed in program 2, which is intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership. Its budget increased for the period under review 2026-27 to 31.8 million from 27.3 million in the previous financial year. This is an increase of about 4.5 million, which is actually about 16%. Moving on to the economic classification for the period under review, one will note that the compensation of employees increased by about 9% to 177.9 million. Very interesting is looking at goods and services. The budget for goods and services for the period under review 2026-27, which is 36.1 million. If you compare it against the previous financial budget of 33.3 million, that is an increase of about 2.8 million, which in percentage terms is about 8.5%. However, this increase must be taken into consideration of what happened in the previous financial year, where in the previous financial year, our budget decreased to 33.3 million from the original 37.5 in the financial year 2024-25. This was an increase of about 4.2 million, which in percentage terms is about 11.3%. Moving on to the next slide, which is the narrative of what I've just discussed. This slide tries to confirm the fact that the proposed budget for the period under review, which is about 181.3 million for 2026-27 financial year, could be translated into an increase of approximately 8.7 million or 5% compared to the budget of the previous financial year 2025-26, which was about 172.6. Most important and most critically to note, however, is the fact that the Civilian Secretariat, to realize its full mandate of a high-performing and law enforcement SAPS, which will assist in building safer communities, but also facilitating economic development and growth in the country. The budget, which was submitted by the department for recently, was an amount of about 173.9 million. And when this amount is compared against the current proposed budget of 181.3, one will note a shortfall of about 792.6 million. That is the shortfall that the department is experiencing currently. The requested budget of 973 million was meant mainly to cover the following areas: additional staff complement of about 345 personnel against the current staff establishment of 173. This was to cover a budget of about 27.4 million for business processes digitization and automation, but also for the acceleration and effective implementation of the ICVPS, the establishment of the National Policing Advisory Committee as stipulated in the NDP Vision 2030, but also for the establishment of the Critical Infrastructure Board, which is a statutory board, oversight board on all key government points. That will be my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chair and honorable members of the committee. That's the presentation by the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, and we submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibuya and the team. I'm going to open the floor for the honourable members to engage in the discussion, and then we can continue to the next presentation, which will be that of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority. Let me just make a note here. Are there any questions from the members? Can I see a show of hands? Noted the Honourable Schikkerling. We give 2 seconds. Go for it, Honourable Schikkerling.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chair. I hope that everybody is well. Chairperson, I just have a few questions. I just like to thank them for the Secretariat for the report. What I do have a concern about is that the SAPS, the Secretariat is expected to hold the SAPS accountable. Yet, if you look at the report and if you see what's happening in the South African police services currently, it almost appears as though the Secretariat is a toothless watchdog. And I think it's something that we have to be very careful of. And we have to make sure that there is not a monitoring failure without the authority to fix it. Chairperson, if I can just find out from the Secretariat, please, can the department please elaborate on how its oversight work is translated into measurable improvements in the SAPS performance, particularly in high crime areas? We see that crime is out of control, and I would like to know what their improvements are. What mechanisms do they have in place to ensure that the SAPS actually implements their recommendations? Because as we know, they've made several recommendations over the last year that have not been implemented. And how do they track this compliance? Then, Chairperson, given the Secretariat's responsibility to monitor the Domestic Violence Act, which is vitally important in our country at the moment, we see that gender-based violence is increasing on a daily basis. How does the department assess whether their interventions are improving police responsiveness to GBV cases? Because in most cases, I know that the response from the SAPS is very slow. So we would like to know how they are assessing that. And then what steps are they taking to ensure that the community policing forums are functional, properly resourced, and representative of the communities that they serve? And then, Chairperson, on what legal and constitutional basis does the Civilian Secretariat describe its objective as to ensure enactment of the Firearms Control Amendment Bill when Parliament has not yet even processed the bill yet? Public participation has not yet taken place in all forms. The NEDLAC process was dominated by disregard for the bill and for the police committee, and the police committee has not yet formed a view on its content. So what is their constitutional basis that they are basing that on? And then does the Civilian Secretariat accept that this wording creates the impression that the department has already predetermined the legislative outcome rather than approaching the bill as a proposal that must still be tested through parliamentary scrutiny, evidence, public submissions, and constitutional compliance, because that is a big problem and that we haven't had any feedback on. And then what are the key capacity challenges currently facing the Secretariat, and how is the department prioritizing these within their constrained budget environment? My last question, Chair, my second last question is, how does the department evaluate whether its monitoring and evaluation reports actually lead to tangible improvements rather than just remaining compliance exercises without any outcome? And my last question, Chair, is we know that the trust in policing is at an all-time low. What role does the Secretariat see itself playing in restoring public trust in policing, and how will they measure this over time? Thank you very much.
Those were lots of questions, Honourable Schikkerling. The Honourable Matthys.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and to the officials from the Civilian Secretariat. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. You can continue.
Yeah, that was a lot of questions from Honourable Schikkerling, so I don't have that many follow-ups. But mine was just to piggyback on the domestic violence bill that the Secretariat is supposed to give oversight to. What are they doing? Because we have, and I'm asking this question mainly because we had a case where someone reported domestic violence with the mother and a child, with the father of the child being involved. The mother didn't want to open a case. So the friend that was with the mother had the video. They went to the police station, tried to open the case. The police station didn't want to open the case, as is the norm, right? And we know that this is a practice with domestic violence. They went to the mother, who was both beaten up and the child was also abused. The case is just stagnant because now the mother doesn't want to process the case, which is always common amongst victims of domestic violence abuse. But we know that the Act says that the police can continue opening the case if there's evidence, but most cases that I've encountered is that SAPS does not want to even touch these cases, yet alone if the victim does not want to be a witness or the victim is going to be a hostile witness. And the amendments to the Domestic Violence Act deals exactly with that, that if there is evidence, a mother, a grandmother, a friend who witnessed this level of domestic violence abuse, they can proceed with the case, and SAPS should be able to do that. So the cases that we are seeing where SAPS continue pursuing the cases regardless of whether the victim wants to be a witness or is going to be a hostile witness is far too low for us to be able to deal with domestic violence and the rate, or to eradicate it, or at least to reduce it. So what are you doing? Training amongst the police officers on the ground level to be able to respond to that. I mean, it's bad enough that we still struggle with just a victim actually going to open a case, and then we have this situation as well. So maybe they can just speak to that. And then speak to what happens. I mean, we just had a report yesterday that here in Gauteng, I think there were like 9 SAPS members that were arrested for extortion, etc. What role would you play? What is it that you do? Because I think the average South African does not even know that we have a civilian secretariat that is supposed to give oversight to the police. And then this money, taxpayers' money, is pumped into this. We come here, we hear reports year after year. I don't know, where are the results? And maybe just speak to that. Thank you. That's my input, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthijs. The Honourable Muela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all members in the platform, and most particularly the Minister and also the two DMs, Matale and Dr. Wishielo. And also let me extend my sincere greetings and also acknowledge the presentation from the Civil Secretariat for the Police, DG Sibui, and also want to register some questions in relation to the presentations that have been made here. We want to welcome the intervention that have been made, most particularly by the president, in order to stabilize the stand of policing in our country and to ensure that there is a consistent and stability in ensuring that they appoint the new national commissioner as acting, so that they are able to proceed with the day-to-day running of the policing in our country, with the aim of stabilizing and ensuring that there is consistency. So my questions with regard to the presentation of Civil Secretariat, with regard to Program 1 on administration, Honorable Chair, I just want to check that with regard to the presentation, there have been a 792 million funding shortfall, which core oversight functions are currently not being performed because of this gap. What is the reason for these particular shortfalls which have been indicated with regard to the presentation? And with regard to Program 2, in terms of sectoral coordination and partnerships, there have been a number of issues that are mentioned here in terms on community policing forums. For instance, how many are fully functional versus dysfunctional, and what are you doing about the failing ones, which there is a lack of capacity in terms of ensuring that they skill them and capacitate them so that they can perform the community policing forums and play a meaningful role in the community, and more so in becoming the eyes and ears of the police in the society. And also with regard to the issue of GBV campaigns, or what civil secretaries, what proof do you have that these campaigns are changing behavior or reducing incidents? More so that despite the fact that there is a serious engagement or a serious community involvement, stakeholder engagements, and massive programs with regard to the issue of GBV, but there is an ongoing attack with regard to this particular matters of GBV arising from the community. With regard to the programs that the Civil Secretariat are running in the community, what proof are we having to ensure that this is led to the change of behavior with regard to the community? And then with regard to the issue of policy and legislation, we are aware
that there is an intensive plan to process several bills that will empower policing to be able to be incapacitated so that they are able to close several gaps that occurs from overtime. What are the exact timelines and which bills are at risk of delay on this financial year? The presentations, we have noted a challenge where your recommendations are not implemented by the SAPS, which you have alluded here in the presentation. Can you talk further, DG, in this particular aspect, more so that we find a situation where policing is under scrutiny with regard to the ongoing processes that are all known to all of us? What are those particular recommendations that Civil Secretariat from time to time is given to SAPS, and the SAPS is unable to implement as you are indicating? That will be my submissions, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. From my side, I just have two short questions. The first question that I have is to the Secretariat. I noted on slide 9 of the presentation the specific words regarding the review of the Firearm Control Amendment Bill that read at the end of that sentence, it says to ensure enactment. I'm concerned about the way that this is written. So my question to the Secretariat is, will you confirm whether you intend to advance with the Firearm Control Amendment Bill in its current form, or whether you are prepared to substantially reconsider the bill based on actual evidence and on stakeholder input? Because if I read this and I compare it to the stakeholder input so far and to the very slow NEDLAC process, it doesn't seem to correlate well with each other. I want to understand whether you would also then consider the failures of the implementation within the current firearm control amendment system, firearm control system. And then my second question to the Secretariat is, in particular with this bill, why is the department prioritizing further legislative restriction before demonstrating measurable improvements in the Central Firearms Registry? 1, SAPS's own firearm losses. 2, 3, illegal firearm recovery. 4, firearm tracing. 5, ballistic capacity. And 6, the actual enforcement against criminal possession of firearms. I'm asking these because in this presentation, Mr. Sibui, it seems that you're steamrolling ahead, and I want to warn you and caution the Secretariat as well as the Ministry that our committee is not a rubber stamp. I know Honourable Matthys says it very, very often, but I want to tell you that we're not going to rubber stamp something. So it sounds quite direct if I say I don't appreciate the term being used to ensure enactment. We need to be very, very careful that we're not going to steamroller things without proper consultation. There is one more question from the Honourable Meshwe, after which I'm going to hand back to the Secretariat to answer questions before we move to CSPS. The Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the Acting Minister, Deputy Ministers, and all members and officials from the Civilian Secretariat. My first simple question is, if the Civilian Secretariat is asked a question, what value are you adding to the performance of the SAPS? What will be the answer? What value are you adding to the performance of SAPS? And secondly, when we hear the Secretariat complain that their recommendations are not implemented, what do they do about that? Do they just say, well, our recommendations have not been implemented, there's nothing more we can do about that? Or are there any other steps they take to ensure that their recommendations, if they are convinced that they would help reduce crime in South Africa, are implemented? Now, we know that crime in the country is not improving or decreasing, but it's increasing. And it's very unfortunate that even GBV cases in the country are increasing. Now, if our homes are not safe for some individuals, how can the bigger society be safe when our homes are not, GBV cases are not resolved? And I would want to know how the Secretariat assists or intervenes in cases where mothers protect their husbands by refusing for their children or for cases to be opened against their husbands. In such a case, it is a known fact the child is crying, the child won the case against the father to be registered and something to be done to the father who has abused her, but the mother says to the daughter, don't do that. And the mother is refusing to allow the daughter's case to be registered. What does the Secretariat do in such an instance? Because we have many of such instances. We always hear a lot about the professionalization of SAPS. Now, whose responsibility is it, or what is the Secretariat doing to ensure that definitely SAPS is professionalized? And if we are to be given hope, by when can we expect to see glimpses of the professionalization of SAPS? And lastly, the issue of improving public trust in the police is still a major challenge. Are there specific initiatives that the Secretariat has proposed or is proposing to ensure that the community trust in the police is definitely restored or being restored?
Okay, I explained to him that.
Sorry, sorry,
you've
Honorable
covered all
Meshwe. There we go. Sorry, Honorable Meshwe, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to know if there are specific initiatives that the Secretariats can inform us about that they are contributing to ensure that the public trust in the police is improving. As people see crime increasing, the trust in the police is not increasing. That also is one of the things that say, why even take the trouble of reporting, because nothing is going to happen. The police are not going to do anything about that matter. What is the Secretariat that is aware of this challenge and what people are saying, doing to ensure that this important public trust in the police is restored? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Meshwe. Secretary Sabui, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I'll touch on few matters, but will also ask my team to assist me with some of the questions that the honourable members have asked. Firstly, Chair, around the issues that Honourable Meshwe is raising, I must say that over a period of time, there have been an improvement in terms of the relationship between the Civilian Secretariat and the police, the South African Police Service. We have improved that relationship to a point that we started a project of consolidation of all the recommendations for the past 3 years. with a view of identifying what recommendations have been implemented over a period of time and what recommendations have not been implemented. And that report is now currently available. But what we then did, Chair, was we have formed two joint committees, which committees meet on the quarterly basis between ourselves and the South African Police Service. And the National Commissioner designated from their side, Major General Rabi, to champion this process. And we meet and we take stock of what is happening. And that committee escalates if there are issues of intervention to a committee chaired by myself, which the National Commissioner sits, as well as the CEO and the head of IPID, the Executive Director of IPID. So that if there are interventions that needs to be taken, we do take these interventions and make decisions at that level. So I think that is a step in the right directions which we have taken, both ourselves as well as the South African Police Service, without compromising our legal mandate. But we have also identified that there is a gap in our law in relation to the accountability on the recommendations that we make. Hence, you will see in the legislative program that, amongst others, will be to relook at our legislation and to see to what extent the recommendations that are being made, not only by ourselves, but by IPID, are implemented. These provisions are not only, this review is not only intended to be made in the CSPS legislation. The SAPS amendment bill, which has already been introduced now in Parliament for the committee to start processing, also has some form of provision that will now force, to a certain extent, the South African Police Service to give reasons if they are of the view that a particular recommendations is not implemented. And that reason must be justifiable and legally sound, which we think it's moving in the right direction. Secondly, the issues around GBVNF are thorny issues and issues which we have prioritized. There's in terms of GBVNF cases, it's not only the South African Police Service which must play a role. Here, we think that the wider government must play a role, and we have prioritized this matter. It's one of the priority matter that sits in the National Working Committee to get the entire government to start reporting on what role are they playing, and to have indicators, for instance, social development. And we start monitoring in terms of how they are supporting the South African Police Service in the fight against GBVNF. But we are required by law to also bring reports to Parliament with recommendations and what exactly are the shortfalls in each and every police station around areas of GBVNF. Therefore, if there are specific cases, I think that even Honorable Mateus have raised, I think we will want to get closer to those and make sure that we ensure that SAPS undertake to investigate those particular matters, compile cases, dockets, and bring those dockets. But we have initiated a joint program with all provinces around what we call undetected or closed cases project, which reviews all GBVNF cases, and we have asked Civilian Secretariat in provinces to start doing the court watch brief cases, so that we monitor cases of this particular nature. And this is a joint project we're doing with Civilian Secretariat throughout the country. And I think at some point we can bring a report even to the committee in relation to this matter. performance of subs, in terms of what value are we adding to the performance of subs? Chair, we think once we have improvement and teeth in relation to the implementation of the recommendations, we think that will make greater progress. The minister has spoken in terms of reset in the civilian secretariat mandate, and once if we give this matter attention, I think many of the issues, even issues that are coming out or have come out of the ad hoc committee in relation to governance failures, in relation to ethics, in relation to what kind of police officers do we actually recruit into the service. Those are the issues that, if attended to properly, we could go a long way so that we don't even have the Madlanga 2, some call it, or ad hoc committee 2. So those are issues that I think if we attend, we will be able to move substantially. Chair, the issues around the Firearms Amendment Bill, you are 100% correct. Maybe let me concede that maybe the terminology enactment, we will just have to quickly revise that terminology. But the bill, we've seen that it has been before public comments and so forth, and we are not saying that we will send the bill to the committee for purposes of rubber stamping. The issues that NEDLAC is dealing with in terms of their report are substantive issues. But based on the NEDLAC participation, we have also taken the issues that were raised at NEDLAC, and the team is currently considering those input. But we have had a further guidance from the minister in terms of how do we deal, because most contentious issues are found in section 13 and 14 of the current Firearms Amendment Bill. But we have commissioned as well our research unit to start looking at whether or not is the current legislation implemented fully. What are the failures in terms of the implementation? Because correctly so, we can't rush to the amendment of legislation if, for instance, is the failures of the implementation of the current legislation. And the minister has given us a support and directive in terms of looking at that. The project is going very well. We are doing all the assessment. We are even looking at the capacity of the CFR in terms of how the legislation is currently implemented. Based on that, we'll be able to bring a revised bill to Parliament, and which will also would have considered the inputs that are currently made at NEDLAC. And therefore the process will be taken from there. Chair, the bills program in terms of the issues raised by Honorable Mwela, we have, even the minister have spoken earlier on. So there is a slide, I think it's slide 4, slide 5, which deals with what bills are we intending to bring in this current financial year, and what is the time frame around those particular bills. Priority, the bills are put in their priority sequence. So and at what stage, it also say at what stage each bill is at, and so forth. But most bill will still be going for public comments, with the hope that we will be able to introduce them to Parliament still in this current financial year. Chair, we think on GBV and F matters, there is a high level of underreporting of these matters. Hence, an intensified campaigns around GBV and F matters should continue. But we, with the guidance of the minister, we have identified in the country high priority stations, which at the moment the high priority stations are sitting at 140. These include the top 50 stations nationally, and then other the balance of the stations have been identified by Civilian Secretariat in province, which makes the number 140. And we are developing currently the monitoring tool for these 140 stations, because we have identified them based on crime stats, based on the level of crimes in those stations. The tool which we are developing will even look at management issues in each and every station, and the action plan, and we must be assisted by provinces to try and monitor whether the action plan in those high priority stations are actually adhered to, so that we can start even holding the station commanders as well as the district commanders. But the plan also seeks to identify peculiar circumstances per station, to say, because it cannot be a one-size-fits-all in all stations, and the type of intervention in each station will be different or from each other. So hence we are saying MINMEC will be used as a mechanism in terms of the directive of the minister to monitor our performance in each and every station. And MECs also report to MINMEC in relation to the performance in those particular stations. The ICVPS remains the pillar of implementation. We are formed in the National Working Committee, Chair, and in the National Working Committee, one of the areas we're looking at is GBV and F, without neglecting all other matters. The National Working Committee in the implementation of ICVPS is a committee that is formed not only by the JCPS cluster department, but moves beyond. It includes economic and social clusters as well, because there is an input that those clusters was making the implementation. And we are reporting on the implementation of the ICVPS and how departments are playing a role to cabinet on quarterly basis in relation to this matter, so that we are all of us held accountable. We accept that CPF have to function and function effectively. Hence, we have got a training program. But we with the directive of the minister, we enhance the functioning of the CPF with the patroller program, which the minister will speak to later in the year, to enhance the functioning of the CPF and the patrollers program throughout the country. And we are doing that project currently. Chair, extortion cases, correct, it's a problem which requires highest visibility, but you will note that one of the priorities, even the priority as determined or stated in the State of the Nation, is issues around organized crime, which extortion falls squarely in. We are assisting the South African Police Service, or the JCPS cluster, to finalize the organized crime strategy. And we will be actually monitoring the implementation of that. We're in discussion with the minister to enhance our visibility or our monitoring capacity around the implementation of the organized crime strategy. What is currently, and this capacity will also assist us to monitor the recommendations that will come out of the ad hoc committee as well as the Madlanga Commission, because we think that the trust that we South Africans must have in the criminal justice system, it's a process issue. It cannot be a once-off event, but it must translate into results. And society must be able to see that we are not only talking about the recommendations, but we are also ensuring that all are held accountable in terms of the implementation of those recommendations. Because what is currently happening, I think all of us agree that if we had an oversight that has teeth to bite, that that is visible, that is functioning effectively in terms of the Constitution, such kind of things will probably not be happening, and that includes ourselves as well as IPID. Because if you look at Civilian Secretariat and our role, it's squarely or largely complemented by the role that IPID play just from the investigation point of view. And we are happy that the current IPID legislation now provides for IPID to even investigate crime related to organized crime by members of the South African Police Service, or corruption for that matter. So therefore, Chair, based on this, we think the biggest visible results that we must have, based on issues that Honorable Shekeleng is raising, must translate in terms of how we reduce crime. Our recommendations must be such that there is visible reduction in the crime levels in the country, improvements in the governance systems in the South African Police Service, and a heightened improvement in the fight of GBV&F, and how we deal with this matter. The functionality of CPF, I think I've spoken to that. Civilian Secretariat, yes, we do have capacity challenges, both financial and human resource. And these are historical issues, Honorable Chair, as you'll know that at some point, Civilian Secretariat have been reduced into a desk within the Ministry of Police. Only now that we are seeing Civilian Secretariat to be recognized as a department that must play a meaningful role, and that building process is underway, and we think we are doing well in terms of that building process. But the building process continues to be constrained by our financial resource capacity. But we are not sitting and saying that because we are constrained by our financial resource capacity, we are not going to perform our work. We reprioritize, hence you could see even in the budget that we are reprioritizing program 2, 3, and 4, which are our core program in terms of monitoring police performance and so forth, and we will continue to do so. But we think we need to be assisted as we continue to reprioritize. We think we need to be assisted so that the capacity of Civilian Secretariat is hugely improved. And this is one of the terms of reference, even in the Madlanga Commission, to look at the effectiveness of the oversight bodies. And therefore, we know that we will be at a microscope in terms of the recommendations that will be made as well by the commission. The public trust is going to be a process. I think I've spoken to that issue, Chair. Let me, Chair, with your permission, request DDG Omar to start and to deal with other questions related to ICVPS, especially questions raised by Honorable Shikeling that I may not have taken into account, and Honorable Muela as well. DDG Omar.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Chair, honorable members, ministers on the platform. Thank you. DG has covered most of the issues. In terms of the ICVPS, we've made very good progress in the last 2 years, Chair. We are now looking at finding what the real issue is in terms of the socio-economic issues in the country, especially dealing with the root causes of crime and violence. As DG mentioned, when we're going to the 140 police stations that the minister has required us to go, apart from the policing interventions, we will be implementing the ICVPS. So, for example, in Khayelitsha, for example, if we're finding that the issues are youth, drugs, alcohol, the approach that we're going to be taking is to get the relevant departments in the province to deal with those issues and interventions. Not that there isn't any at the moment, but the point of the ICVPS is to work in an integrated manner. So all departments work together and come up with issues. So at the National Working Committee level, we're finding that the issues specifically are service delivery issues at local level, but it's also the family unit and the societal issues. So it's the broken families. It's a psychosocial issues. And one of the recommendations we are making to FOSAD and to the DGs is that we need a whole lot of social workers and psychologists to assist in these areas. Chair, that's on the ICVPS. I can speak at length about it, but I'll stop there. DG also covered the issue of the database. I just wanted to add one issue. So the database of recommendation was of all our the Civilian Secretariat recommendations. We meet with SAPS on a quarterly basis. We've started getting inputs from SAPS. So the SAPS gets inputs from the national divisions, but also from the provinces in terms of implementing our recommendations. We're finding there are gaps. So the meetings that we have with them is to address the gaps. We've asked them for POEs also, but importantly, we don't want them to do compliance reporting. We're measuring outcomes. So we've got a column on the database that says, so what did you achieve with this intervention that you've put in place in this area? So that's where we are at. So hopefully these interventions at both the ICVPS and the policing level will start seeing empowering us as a secretariat in terms of our work, but also to see the reduction in the crime and addressing the socio-economic issues. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Chair. Can Mr. Ntuli deal with issues around CPFs?
Yes, thank you, DG. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members, the DMs. I maintain the protocol that was earlier mentioned. Firstly, I just want to indicate that when it comes to CPF functionality, yes, there are those that are functional and those that are not functional. But offhand, I cannot give the total of the country to say these are not functional, these are functional. But I'm sure that information subsequently could be provided to the member. That's the first thing. But the second thing I want to talk to or respond to is the issue of the campaigns, anti-crime campaigns that we are conducting. One of the achievements or the lessons we have learned from this is a community where the anti-crime campaign worked at an area where the police station was having a particular problem with a certain tavern. And that tavern, what we then did together with the partners we work with, other members at a tavern, you find that there are no lights. Toilets are in darkness, outside is dark and trees has not been cut and all that. What we then did after we then did a campaign there and where to cut those trees, working with the community and the like, the crime reporting at the police station then came down. So I'm just indicating that's one instance that shows that, yes, these anti-crime campaigns do yield some positive spin-offs. But the second thing is when we do an anti-crime campaign, we also work with communities, for example, with NGOs. And at that level, we also issue them with alarms, where the child designated or headed families are housed, or elderly people. Now, when they put these gadgets at their houses, the community is aware, and as and when then these people are sort of targeted or there's something threatening them, then they are able to put an alarm which is linked to a police station as well as to a CPF. Then they are able to get help quicker. So to some extent, honorable members, I would just want to say indeed, so these campaigns they do highlight the plight of the problem of the scourge of GBV, but at the same time bring in an intervention. Let me rest there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. With your permission, can I ask Ms. Mashangu to deal with the domestic violence, other issues that we may have left out? Ms. Mashangu?
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Deputy Ministers, all protocol observed. Honorable Chairperson, I think the Secretary has covered all the matters, but just to emphasize that if we can receive individual cases, from what I have gathered from both Honorable Mateis as well as Honorable Mishwe, is that there are specific cases. Now, if we have those specific cases, we will be able to recommend, as per the provisions of the Domestic Violence Act, that the specific members be disciplined and also ensure that the cases are registered. Let me also indicate that ourselves at the national level as well as provincial level, we have a joint training program together with the SAPS. We are currently drawing up a program for the current financial year. We had a program that we rolled out with the SAPS during the last financial year, where now the members are trained at police station level. The members are trained on the amended Domestic Violence Act, so that they can be aware of the new provisions that have been made in terms of the Domestic Violence Act. And we also are strengthening our relations with the Department of Social Development. I'm just thinking in the case that was mentioned by Honorable Mishwe, that is where would be brought in if there is a need for that specific child to be then removed from the family and be put in a place of safety while the case is being dealt with. But I think it will be better if the honorable members can send the specific details so that we can be able to deal with those specific cases. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, just the last comment from my side is that the ministry have taken the issues of domestic violence very seriously. As a result, the champion in the ministry in terms of implementation of our initiatives is led by our Deputy Minister, Dr. Bushielo. And she in the last JCPS ministers meeting, she provided a report in terms of how we are dealing with the matter as a cluster, but also appealed to all ministers that they need to escalate the championing of this fight to the level higher, so that there is greater accountability on the matter. And we provide reports to the cluster on regular basis, as led by night joints in the implementation of our program to fight against domestic violence. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are our responses. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Matthijs, I see your hand is up. Did you want to ask something for clarity?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. My question wasn't answered. My question wasn't about necessarily a specific case. I just used this specific case to ask the question about what sort of engagements or interactions is the civilians Secretariat doing on the level of a police station that is the first respondent to domestic violent cases. And I use this as an example, and it's one of many examples, and there's no problem. We can provide you, well, there is no case number, because the witness who even had the video of the abuse of both the mother and a handicapped or a child with disabilities was refused and told that they cannot open a case because the police is going to be sued. And the mother, who was the victim as well, refused to cooperate with the police. But now we have a situation where we have a child who has a disability that is left in the care of that. And even in this situation, if the police did not want, I don't know why they are scared of being sued for doing their work. They did not even report the matter to social services or to social services. And the worst part about this is that this witness actually had a video. So my question was, what are you doing? Because it's not an isolated case. How is it that we are still going to police stations and police officers are telling us they cannot open a case or they cannot deal with the domestic violent matter where there's video of the violence going on? What are you doing? Why is this still happening? And Chair, what I'm also, it's even just annoying is that what we hear here in the presentations, number one, DG, you are here to report. It's an annual report, not to tell us what is going to happen. This is not your first rodeo. Number two, it's like we are hearing, and the Civilian Secretariat has just been established. We have been hearing this thing about the police stations that has high levels of violence and domestic violence and rape and sexual assault for years. Every time you come here, we are hearing the same thing about some new monitoring tool, some new thing that is going on. It's not going down. And if you all are losing the battle, you rather just come and tell us we are not winning here. We don't even know what to do. But those are my observations. But to speak, we have to deal with this issue of what's going on at our police stations. Our police officers are not assisting. They are not trained. I don't know what must happen. There must be advice. We can't be always running. I don't even think we can open cases. Every time we must run to IPID to open cases against the police officers that are refusing to open up cases. And then IPID is already overwhelmed. And I think just some basic training on the seriousness of this needs to be done. So if you can speak specifically to that. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matthijs. DJ, I'm going to give you an opportunity for brief remarks, and we can take it further as well in writing too, but I have to then afford the opportunity to CSPS that they get a fair opportunity for their presentation. But we can revisit it at another time. DG?
Thanks a lot, Chair. In terms of what we're doing in each and every police station on domestic violence, Chair, can I request that we provide a detailed a report in terms of, because the Domestic Violence Act obliges us to administer each and every police station, both at the level of administrative compliance as well as substantial compliance. So we can provide a detailed report in terms of what we have done in the last financial year and how many police stations were visited and what our findings in each and every police station, and maybe even take it a step further to provide what other implementation mechanisms are we currently monitored to deal with the issues that we have made findings in each and every police station, Chair. the fight against crime, it's an ongoing fight, Chair. And I think Civilian Secretariat plays a role in terms of the Constitution and the law. Hence, we have even identified deficiencies in the law that can give us more teeth if attended to, and so forth. But I request, Chair, with your permission, that we provide a detailed written response in relation to this matter within the time frame that you may prescribe, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. We will be in contact regarding that. I will speak to Bobala and Nicoleta as well, and the Honourable Matthijs. Thank you, DG. Colleagues, I have to have us move forward to the presentation by the Private Security Regulatory Authority. If I may hand over to Mr. Chalke. Mr. Chalke, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Chairperson. Good morning to the honourable members of the committee, the DG, the Civilian Secretariat, the colleagues. Good morning to the Honourable Deputy Minister Matale, Deputy Minister Bushielo, as well as all the colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, our presentation is for the APP 26-27. Moving over to the second slide, I am accompanied by the Deputy Director of Finance and Administration, Ms. Matlow, our CFO, and Ms. Talen Zwani, our Head of Law Enforcement, Ms. Jeanette Falyun, our Acting Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Hofni Muyepi, our Acting Deputy Director of Training and Communications, as well as Ms. Lebohang Mbongo, our Acting Secretary, Corporate Secretary. Chair, I will start over with the overview of the presentation. We'll give a little bit of the legislative mandate, the 5-year strategic plan, the focus on the 5-year plans, as well as the annual performance plan. That will be 4 programs that we will take the committee through. We will also touch on the key risk and mitigation. We will touch on the budget information, and also, Chair, touch on the governance update, primarily what the Chair opened with the overview, as well as what the Minister has mentioned. Chair, I will do the first presentation. I will hand over to the Acting COO, then the CFO will also present, and I will also request that at the end of the presentation by the CFO, I also give a context to the presentation, just to close up the presentation. Chair, I'm not going to be very long on the legislative slides, because I think this is what the committee already know. Chair, we all aware that we are informed by the constitution of our country in terms of the imperatives, and we also are informed by the PSIRA Act, the Public Finance Management Act, legislation also that we took into account is all the regulations that are in our space, as well as our stakeholders. And of course, from a planning point of view, we looked at the policy mandate of the National Development Plan, the SDGs, as well as the medium-term development plan of 2025, 2030, as well as our clusters priorities. Chair, in terms of our mandate, this is just a summary of our mandate. We continue to promote a legitimate private security industry primarily, and we ensure that that is done in the public interest as well as the national interest. And we are entrusted to determine and enforce minimum occupational conduct by security service providers. And we also need to ensure that there is transparent, fair, and objective timers registration process. We will speak largely to that and the changes that we have made in that space. And we will also entrusted to ensure that there is active monitoring and investigation of the service providers. We will also touch largely on the strengthening of the law enforcement at a later stage. I think we will speak to that. And we also need to constantly promote and respond to the needs of the users and as well as the community. And those are the main summary of our mandate. I'll hand over to the acting COO to take us through the APP as well as the priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Director and Chair. With your permission, I will continue. And thank you to everyone, and greetings and all protocol observed. Let me just get my presentation back to full screen. And there we go. Thank you so much. All right, starting with the overview of our presentation here today. The slide is critical because it explains the foundation of our annual performance plan. Our APP is not developed in isolation. It is informed by a 5-year strategy, the 2025-2030, which in turn is aligned to the Medium-Term Development Plan, or MTDP. Specifically, we're looking at Priority 3, which focuses on building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. From this, our intended impact is quite clear. So we aim to contribute to safer homes, safer businesses, and safer communities. And as a regulator, our vision is to be a trusted authority that promotes safety, and our mission is to achieve this through collaboration, innovation, and the use of technology. All of this is grounded in our core values, particularly accountability, integrity, and innovation. And here I would like to emphasize agility and flexibility, meaning that if conditions change, we adapt our operations while still achieving our targets. Looking at our strategic outcomes, Chair, for each strategic outcome, we have identified measurable indicators. For example, for organizational performance, we target an 86% revenue collection, 100% digital implementation, and an 88% performance rating. And these targets are informed by historical performance, our current capacity, and our planned improvements, such as the digital systems that we will speak about shortly. Similarly, for industry compliance, our targets reflect increased inspections, enforcement, and collaboration. The key point is these targets are not arbitrary. They are based on what we have already achieved and where we are strengthening our capacity. Last year, we achieved 100% on our APP, and we managed to do the same again this year, so it's the second year running, and this gives us the confidence to scale up on our targets. Looking at our key focus areas, I am not going to read through all, but let me highlight a few. Starting with compliance and law enforcement, our focus is not just on enforcement, but to change behavior in the industry. So this includes increasing our inspections, targeting non-compliance, and ensuring consequences for violations. The goal is long-term compliance, not punishment, and I will further elaborate on that in an upcoming slide. Looking at legitimate private security industry, here this speaks to ensuring that all operators are registered, that we're compliant with legislation, and that they are properly vetted. So, for example, we're addressing issues such as unregistered companies, illegal operators, and non-compliant practices. A legitimate industry is essential for collaboration with SAPS and for crime prevention. If we look at interest protection, when we speak about protecting the public interest, we are referring to ensuring that the private security industry is properly trained, that they are professional, and importantly, that they are accountable. So, for example, we cannot have untrained or unregistered security officers protecting the public. This directly impacts on safety and it impacts on trust. If we look at capacity building, here we are strengthening our capacity, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So we're expanding on certain units and implementing a number of new units. So our research department has recently been expanded to also look at internal controls, external controls, and training needs. We've also looked at some specialized units, such as the organized crime unit, where we want to remove criminal infiltration from our industry through regulatory action and then hand those over to SAPS. We are developing a cybersecurity unit to address digital threats. We're also looking at a business intelligence unit, and I want to emphasize here that this is a unit that will analyze internal existing PSIRA data to improve our own decision making so that it is data driven. This is not an intelligence unit. It is an operational data analysis unit. So here we can look at complaints patterns, for example, and identify where we need to focus our energies and our resources, looking at those high-risk operators, high-risk areas, so that we make sure that when we send out our teams, that they go to the right places at the right time. Then I'd like to move on to our APP. So looking at program 1, we do have 4 programs. Program 1 being administration. Our finance department is represented here, including audit and risk. Our corporate services, which include human resources, IT, and legal. And then our operational side is represented through the research and development side of things on this specific program. I mentioned already that we've expanded our research program and that we also want to, and the organized crime unit. So for example, if our internal research unit looks at our policies and process and so on, and we now create this new unit, for example, the organized crime, then this research unit needs to make sure that we've got the proper SOPs, that we're benchmarking, and that we use evidence-based approaches. And we will apply this to all of the new units that we want to establish this year and in future, also reviewing what we already have to make sure that we are operating at an optimal level. Just highlighting a few of our targets here, looking at 100% implementation of our audit action plans, 86% of billed revenue to be collected. Also, and I want to just pause for a moment on this one. Our digital implementation plan, we've already achieved 48%. We're aiming to get to a 60% level this year with a number of systems that we specifically want to implement. It will also show from the finance presentation that all of this is planned for and supported. But things like Know Your Client, which is a system that offers an additional level of due diligence when we're vetting. So beyond just, do you have a criminal record and are you an SA citizen? Also, let's have a look at what are your associations? What is your social media looking like? What do you, who do you spend your time with in the sense of business relations and that kind of thing? So making sure that we know that those people that enter our business are fit and proper. Then there's a number of others. Let me move on quickly. We have a 7% vacancy rate cap. We currently have just over 430 positions that are financed or planned in our budget. We have about 29 more that we need to fill, and they are in the process of being filled. Then we have a 95% performance, assessed employees performed on a rating of 3. So we want our vacancies filled. We want our people operating at optimal levels. And then we want to make sure that they are satisfied and we listen to them and we make sure that we address their needs. Having to mention at this point that we have been awarded a top employer award for this current year, and that we're maintaining this and also sharing our learnings with other government entities. From an industry regulations perspective, obviously as a regulator, we have to draft regulations, and our target is to draft 1 new regulation approved by council per annum. With regards to our research department, target is 5 research reports and 4 surveys per annum, potentially enhancing this, as I mentioned earlier, with our unit expansion. Law enforcement. The law enforcement unit looks after compliance and enforcement as well as prosecutions. And here I also again want to just pause on this target. So our targets are 6,300 security business inspections for the previous financial year, and for the current one, 9,100 security business inspections. And then from an individual officer inspection perspective, it jumped from 31,000 to 44,000. And I would like to position this. So the reason that we need to increase these inspections is, number one, that our industry is growing. and that requires additional regulatory oversight. Now, the way we're going to do this is that we're increasing the number of inspectors. We have almost doubled, and we continue to employ new inspectors at the moment. And this strengthens our capacity to actually meet this target. And then secondly, we're also in the process of implementing a digital support system that will allow the administration of these inspections to run smoothly. So because we already got the 100% on our target on APP, this gives us the confidence to say that we can commit to this target and that we will be able to deliver quality work. Looking at operations, we have 140 operations planned. Now, these operations are either from PSIRA itself or joint operations with SAPS and other entities and divisions. Also, we have 1,875 security business licensed for firearms inspections. Our firearms unit is operating quite smoothly. We've had a full year of operation now, and we are confident to say that we will reach this target again this year. We have already removed thousands of firearms from the industry, from illegal operators with illegal firearms, and handed those over to SAPS in the main. I'd also like to just focus on the complaints target. You'll see that it remains stable at 92%. And also, if I go to the next slide, we've kept our prosecution target at 96%. Now, the reason we wanted to keep these two targets stable is quite intentional. The main thing here is that this indicates a success rate. We are not looking at increasing the number of prosecutions or the number of complaints. On the contrary, our goal is to reduce the number of cases that require prosecution or complaints that require action. But our success rate needs to remain high. So if we have fewer cases, that obviously impacts on quality and resources and time spent. So success rate high, fewer violations in the long run on that specific one. Looking at program 3, this is industry training and communication. So it's our training department along with our marketing and communications department. And here, we look at engagements with the public. We are also, let me start with the training side of things. So we are looking at the quality of training, revamping it, refreshing it, making sure that those that have been in the industry for a long time have the opportunity to refresh their knowledge and skills. Also reviewing current qualifications, setting the standards and making sure that our industry is professionalized. We cannot have training materials sitting there for years and years and years and us never looking at how things change, because we all know this industry is evolving at a rapid rate. Supporting that as well with an online system, an online assessment system that we are in the process of rolling out. Looking at our communication. We've got corporate agreements that we need to enter into. We've already done so with a number of countries. More notably, in December, we had an agreement with the regulatory body from Guinea. And we will continue to do this at least one a year, where we share information and we also learn from other entities. And then stakeholder engagements, those are mainly national, where we speak to our private sector, we speak to other government entities, and again, we collaborate and support. With regards to public engagement, we have 55 engagements with security service providers and 60 with the public as part of our target. Here we teach and we learn regarding products, equipment, engagements, regulations, we share. And then with that, we support this through digital campaigns. And we then also do a print version where we have our security guide that we publish. I think if we had to measure whether this was effective, the fact that during these engagements, we often find that those that attend express a lot of appreciation for the information that we do share. We also find that our frequently asked questions and the topics that keep coming up seem to be reducing. So we are sharing information that is needed out there. But also we've had requests for more larger scale engagements. These ones that I have mentioned here are smaller scale groups. So larger scale national engagements is also on the cards. Looking at registration, I mentioned a few systems that we will be implementing, Know Your Client being one of them, very important for our registrations department because vetting is critical here. Also, when we find that our registration committee has a resolution, we need to action those quite quickly, hence the 3-day turnaround time. And then we have the databases that we need to maintain, make sure that our databases are accurate. One that I also need to stand still at is our mobile outreach program. Now, while PSIRA has limited reach in the sense of the number of our offices, and our CFO will also speak to the 3 offices that are planned to be opened in this financial year, we still have a limited reach. So what we do is we have a team of people that go out to communities where we identify a need, and we give a full service of what we would offer from our branches as well: registration, renewal, printing of cards and certificates, and so on. And the response has been phenomenal. So we are definitely expanding on this to make sure that we meet the needs where they are. And then we need to look at risk and mitigation, and this is critical. So our key risks, starting from a financial perspective, insufficient funds to meet obligations. Here we need to intensify collection rates of fees and levies. Cybersecurity threats. I've spoken quite a lot about systems, and CFO will definitely get into the details of that from a financial perspective. But implementation of security incident and event management specific to cyber threats is critically important. Inadequate implementation of IT systems. So we need enhancement of the change management policy to include project risk steering committees and project risk assessment. We do have our oversight committees, but we've identified that we need to just make sure that we keep 100% control over this at all times. Non-compliance to PSIRA regulations and standards, and non-acceptance of the Transformation Charter. Both of these speak very strongly to collaboration and stakeholder engagements in order to make sure that we mitigate these risks. With regards to our public being informed, here we speak of inadequate industry training by accredited training service providers. The rollout of the revised grades material I've spoken of. We've also got the piloting of our online assessment system. Now here we want to make sure that we're checking the quality of assessments, that we're monitoring and controlling so that we don't have a situation where these are manipulated or where we open opportunities for fraud. We need to have very strong control when it comes to assessment of training and to ensure that standards are maintained at an acceptable level. So yeah, that's the systems that we have in mind there. And I think with that, Chair, if you don't mind, I will hand over to our CFO to continue on with the presentation.
Good morning, Chair, Minister and Deputy Minister, and all protocol observed. The key focus areas for the 2026-2027 MTF budget cycle, the first one is capacitating law enforcement division. We are planning to have 100 new inspectors, and mainly they will be focusing on cybersecurity units and security, organized crime and insecurity. And also we want to make sure that we have visible enforcement unit, and also ensure that our K9 compliance unit, where we are able to inspect compliance of dogs that are utilized in security sector. And then also we want to have establishment of partnership unit integration within Africa. Here we want to learn and have best practice in security sector, and also we want to open doors for the security sector in Africa. So we want to form a partnership so that we are able to, our security industry and also the regulator can ensure that there is best practices there. And also the business intelligence unit, our acting COO spoke about it, where we use where we are using gathering data to ensure that we can make meaningful decision. It's not the one that we are the external one. This is to support decision making internally. And then also the next one, we going to have offices to ensure that we have accessibility. We are planning to have 3 new offices in Northwest, Northern Cape and Limpopo. And the Northwest and Limpopo are in a already closed. We are in a BAC. We are going to appoint very soon. And the one for business processes, we've realized that the processes for registration and also approving training, they take longer, where we frustrate the industry. So we are going to develop a operation strategy to ensure that we streamline and promote efficiencies. And also the digital transformation strategy is very key, where we want to ensure that our systems, especially the ERP, the CRM, and all the systems. So this is a document that informs the total amount that is budgeted over the MTEF, which is in 2026-27, it's 103 million. And then when I reach this stage of software, I will explain in detail what this IT digital transformation strategy is. So also we want to digitalize our fingerprint system. We've been on a manual system for a very long time, but we have realized that it takes, it's costly also to utilize the manual fingerprint system. We are in a process of ensuring that we digitalize the fingerprints. And also the biggest project also is establishment or operationalization of guarantee fund. This is as one of the key functions in terms of our functions as per the of the CSPS. Under CSPS Act Section 4Q, where we need to ensure that we have guarantee fund. We've already advertised. We are going to evaluate, and it will be operational before end of the financial year. And then we also make we have a expansion of research and development unit. This the expansion is to ensure that we there's various sections that are being implemented, like firearm, like cybersecurity, organized crime. They need to have policies. They need to have structures that inform how to operationalize the activities so that they are formalized and consistent. So we need we have capacitated research and development to ensure that those structures are supported adequately by policies and processes. And also, still on research and development, we also want to ensure that our training it's adequately researched so that we can develop, develop and ensure the adequate training it's implemented into the security industry. Another one that is also very key, the learner management platform for all training providers. In this system, we want to deploy to implement to ensure that our training is done on electronically, and the reason for that is to ensure that the risk of people not going through adequate training before they are certified. So we want to eliminate and ensure that the security deployed it's trusted. So when you see somebody with a PSIRA tag, you know that they have went through this training. And another project that we want to implement, it's Know Your Client. This is one of the key things that we are going to implement to ensure that we just don't do fingerprint verification. We just want to go deeper into a profile of a person before the certification or registration is finalized. And you can move to the next slide. This slide speaks to the budget per program. So we've got 4 programs as indicated earlier by our acting COO. So on this slide, I just want to emphasize or maybe just draw the committee's attention to the increase or the allocation under administration of, it looks like a big amount more than the core. So anything non-core, it's funded under administration. And I just want to highlight that finance, audit committee, council, IT, leases, non-cash item. When I'm referring to non-cash item, the impairment and also the provisions are also budgeted under that. So it takes everything. So I just want to make an example that the impairment is budgeted at 80 million. This is a non-cash item, but if we don't budget adequately, it will result in irregular expenditure. So hence we have that budget under administration. And then under law enforcement, it's growing. We have included additional 27 million. And training and communication, we also training and communication and registration, we added in 2026-27, we added 6 million on them. And the next slide that refers to 2026 revenue estimate, we're speaking to over the MTF, our budget is predicted to rise by 4%. But when you look to year on year, comparing the 2025-2026-27 financial year, we have increased by 21%. And this mainly, if you look at the estimated cost report, which is our second largest revenue stream, which is training income, it's a cost report. We're anticipating almost 1 million at 944,196. And then on monthly basis, we expect 78,683. And we just want to highlight why we speak to the monthly, because we are a self-funded. We also monitor monthly income that is coming so that we can service our monthly operational commitments. And also another revenue stream that it's also assisting us, it's a registration. So in terms of registration, we expect our security officers, the new ones, estimated at 227,908, and the new security business estimated at 2606. And maybe on this one, I just want to emphasize, throughout the year, we have withdrawal, suspensions, and security businesses that are not coming on board. Hence, when we go to the next slide, you see the amount of the 227 and 2606 equates to only, on relating to annual fees, it's only 11% because there's that over the suspension, the withdrawal throughout the year. But however, we will still maximize on the registration fees and training income. So in terms of the registration fees, if you look at the slide, we will notice that our annual fees are almost at 371.05, and registration and training income are still the biggest ticket item. These are mainly because of the training income and the number that I've spoken about. And maybe one of the key things that I must just explain in terms of the other income, because it's it's amounting to 96 million. The 96 million relates to the interest earned on our investments. So what PSIRA has done, that we assess our cash requirements on daily basis. So any other amount that is not required on a daily basis, it's invested. So we've got 1 day, we've got 30 days, we've got 6 months. So in the last year, we made 30 million. So we also projecting that we will make 30 million on interest. And also one of the item that is included under other income, it's fines and penalties. It also estimated, we budgeted that we will recover, will be able to raise fines of 30 million. And the rest will be the sundry income, where it's our administrative fees, letter of good standing, but the significant too, it's interest and on investment and fines and penalties. The next slide, we indicating our revenue contribution. This still emphasizes that annual fees are still taking up funding 42%, and they are followed by training income and registration fees and other income as indicated earlier. We can move to expenditure. The top 10, the top 5 cost drivers. Employee cost, it's the first one that is taking 42%. We are a service-driven organization. We need to have security or enforcement capacity to ensure that compliance in the security sector. So hence the employee cost still the biggest cost driver. However, on monthly basis, what we normally do, Chairperson, we on quarterly basis, when we report to Audit and Risk Committee and EXCO on quarterly basis, we have a threshold, or we monitor that the employee cost should not be more than 50%. And if it reaches 50%, it's raised as a concern in those oversight structures. So we have those formulas that we use on ratios that we present to our committee on quarterly basis. The bad debt written off, this is impairment. This result, it's a result of impairment that we normally have on yearly basis. And in this current financial year, we budgeted 80 million. This is because of non-payment of what is due to us by security industry. Rental expense relates to our 9 offices, and we are adding 3 more offices to ensure that we are accessible. Consultancy cost. The consultancy cost relates to costs, the digital transformation consultation, also in terms of research and development, and also in terms of services that we require for employee-related matters. Legal fees, it's the fees that we, when we withdraw or when we suspend, and when we have issues that we are challenged in terms of the action that we have done, maybe withdrawal, we ring-fence the legal fees, and they are estimated to take 3% of our budget. And I'll move to the next slide. The next slide, we indicating the details of our expenditure over the MTEF. As indicated, that we will see that the personal expenditure is growing by 15%, and maybe just to make sure that the committee is following. So maybe acting COO, you can move to the next slide so that I can Yeah, the next slide speaks to also in terms of our expenditure. We are projecting to have spent 884,688. This is similar to the budget allocation because we are not allowed to budget for deficit and surplus, and anything that is not budgeted, if we have cost overrun, because we are a self-funded organization, it will be regarded as irregular. So our expenditure is also expected to grow similar at 21%, but I will now take the committee into the details of the increases. So employee costs, as I've indicated, this one it's expected to increase by 15%. This is mainly because of those law enforcement units and other units that we are forming, and also the cost of living. The fingerprint cost, when the registration increases, the fingerprint cost and ribbons and cartridges will also increase based on the numbers, the 944, the cost report, and also the registration that we were speaking about earlier. So also the ribbons are part of the inherent cost in terms of the increase in registration. The rentals, I've spoken about it in detail when I was speaking about the top cost drivers. It still relates to the 9 offices and the 3 new offices that we wanting to establish. And in terms of research and maintenance, we have 49% increase. Yes, it's a sharp one because now PSIRA has 3 owned offices that we want to refurbish and use them as our training centers. So the offices in Limpopo, Nelspruit, and Western Cape. Yeah, so those are the offices that we want to refurbish, and also our Arcadia office, so that we can see how we can repurpose and ensure that if security providers are struggling to get resources, they can use our facilities. In terms of security, they've increased by 10%. We did a risk assessment after we have realized that there's burglaries that are happening in our offices, and the biggest target was Durban and Nelspruit. So Durban, I think we had 3 or 4 burglaries, and then Nelspruit we had 2. So, but we are not only looking at those because this is the model is now going to apply to all offices so that we ensure that we don't experience those burglaries. So we added 1 night guard into our new contracts, and subsistence and travel relates to our those units, the firearm unit, as our operation unit, and there is a need because now we have new targets. So to ensure that all those 100 additional inspectors have access, can perform their inspection across the country, and this will enable us that we achieve our organizational mandate and also achieve our target. And then the next slide, we speak into workshop and seminars. This is one of the methodology that we use to ensure that we empower our security providers. So we'll have training session, we'll have workshops on new legislation, even if it's not new, to ensure that our security industry is aware of what is required and what is missing, what is causing them not to comply, and how to arrange. For an example, some small security providers would not know that we've got payment plan for them. So this session will allow them, will share with them that you can pay your annual fees over 3 months, and then if you fail, you can even come and arrange AOD with us, so that you can stay and be able to flourish in this industry. Those are the tools that we use to ensure that if there is anything new that it's required or that can assist the industry, we use this platform to ensure that it reaches the targeted targeted group. And in terms of the consultancy cost, this one I've explained when I was speaking about the top 5 cost driver. On year, it's 16%. It includes the business information technology, which is digital trust strategy, the employee wellness programs, organizational climate survey, and research studies aimed at enhancing governance and operational efficiency. The legal fees, it's in terms of where we have contingency liabilities, and there is potential cases that can rise from that. So we have reallocated money to ensure that we are able to defend ourselves. And in relation to staff training, this is our staff has increased, and also our payroll has increased. In terms of the Regulation Skills Development Act, we have to allocate 1%. So the 1% based on that has increased. And also we are funding employees in relation to NQF 9 and 10. And additionally, we are also funding the children of security officers in terms of tertiary education. And the next slide, we are also continuing in terms of expenditure variances. In terms of the license, these are software licenses. This relates to additional software that we have digital transformation and system integration initiatives. This is where we have licenses in terms of our IT system. So advertising, it's one of the similar to workshops and seminar, but this one it's more in terms of promotional campaigns, media, where we share new legislation, or we inform so that the security industry is aware of what is required. The sundry expenses, there is a big increase of plus 940 there, because we have never had an electronic document management system. So in terms of POPIA Act compliance, we've realized that we've got a lot of papers, and we need to move from paper to electronic. Hence, we have system that is budgeted at estimated to be budgeted at 58 million. Hence, the 940 increase in that sundry expenses. And the two depreciation and impairment, these are non-cash item. Depreciation relates to property, plant, and equipment, which is assets of the organization. In terms of accounting or GRAP, we need to budget for depreciation also. The impairment of debtors, this is also relates to the amount that is uncollectible, that we should be able to budget for it also. Printing cost relates to such certificate. You can move to the next slide. Relates to the certificate, the 6% increase, we are now starting going back to our printing of manual certificate, because we've realized that our security industry still prefers the paper certificate, because we've noted that across our offices, you'll find that there is another office that is printing for our security officers. So we are taking back the function so that our security officers are no longer exploited. And also in terms of our audit fees, they've increased by 9%. We have an audit strategy that informs the 9%. It's ours, and it's also the audit of the prior period errors. In terms of the amenity, it's also 14% increase. This is the officials, when we do our inspection, we want our officials to be easily recognized so that people don't take advantage and pretend to be inspectors. And yeah, so we are trying to make sure that they have equipment, apparel to ensure that they are easily identified. And postage and courier, it's across our 9 offices, there will be movement of documents to head office. So this is the transportation and courier services to ensure we have those documents delivered to head office. And also, I would move to the next slide in terms of capital expenditure. In terms of capital expenditure, we have motor vehicles budgeted at 11 million. So we also improved in terms of our enforcement. We have now the special operating unit where mostly we used to partner with SAPS to do operations where we also we enforce at night, but we realize that we don't have adequate capacity, meaning not enforcement inspection, also motor vehicles to participate in those operations. So we also started buying our own fleet. So the 11 million, it's aimed at ensuring that we've got adequate fleet to ensure our operations are done adequately and seamlessly. And in terms of the building and infrastructure, this relates to those offices, because if you own offices, you cannot call it lease improvement. So those PSIRA-owned offices, for them to be refurbished, we budgeted 3.5 million. And computer hardware, these are servers that are aimed to ensure that any system that it's coming through our digital transformations, digital strategy, it's supported adequately. And computer software, it relates to our ERP system, where we are going to have ERP system, where we are going to have HR, CRM, billing, revenue management. So we want to have a complete solution of the under that computer software. We also have learner management system that will be covered under the 103 million. We've got law enforcement system. We also have levies collection strategy under that computer software. Equipment and furniture, these are other equipment, cleaning machine, it's small things that we are going to buy. Furniture, it's the one for those offices that we are building or that we are planning to operationalize. So on yearly basis, we also assess the adequacy or whether the furniture that is in our office, it's still good. And if there is a need, we buy some furniture, but mainly it's for those new offices. And the last, in terms, you can move to the next slide. So in terms of the governance status, that relates to our board. I think the minister touched on them earlier, but because they are part of the presentation, just for completeness, Chairperson, let me just touch on them. I think the CEO will also come in at the end. So in terms of our council, we have a council interim, on the interim basis, the CEO is designated to be an accounting authority. This has been approved by the minister and also in concurrence, in consultation with National Treasury. And also, as indicated earlier, that the new council approval is underway, and we are still waiting for the processes to finalize. And in terms of the governance, how it's PSIRA being assisted, we have an interim governance structures. We've got an audit and risk committee. The audit and risk committee, it's the terms of reference has been revised, and as the activities that were performed by finance and investment committee were added under audit and risk committee. The social and ethics committee also are looking at matters that affect remuneration, and also in terms of the in-house that are not relating to council. Internally, what we have an IT steering committee chaired by an independent person. we also have a risk management committee, also chaired by an independent person that present to the ARC. So the matters that relate to IT and risk are also presented at Audit and Risk Committee by an independent person. And also what we have also realized, what we have done internally, that to promote or to eliminate conflict of interest, the CEO, because now he has dual, he should not sit in matters that are, for an example, EXCO. He is no longer part of EXCO because he would be driving EXCO matters, going to ARC and presenting the same, and also going to approve. So the CEO doesn't sit at EXCO, doesn't sit at all those Audit and Risk Committee, Social and Ethics Committee, because he must wait for ARC chair to present and also Social and Ethics chair to present to him so that he can play an oversight thing. Because if he start with us at EXCO, he would not be objective at the end. And in terms of the progress, in terms of MI, what has happened in terms of the legal action, we've instituted a lawsuit of 52.8 million for breach. You can move to the next slide, Jeanette. Yes, yeah, we have instituted a lawsuit of amounting to 52.8 million and for breach of contract. And the matter was referred to arbitration before a judge webinar. And it was scheduled to take place on the 16th of March to the 27th of March 2026. It's set on the first day, but the day before the sitting, KMS presented defense evidence on the eve of the hearing. So the hearing was mainly to consume the new evidence that was coming from the KMS. And what has subsequently happened, we have amended our statement on the 2nd of April, and then the consequential amended statement of defense was from KMS was expected on the 20th of April, and then the hearing or the arbitration will resume from the 6th of July to 17th of July. And in terms of project recovery process, what has happened, Chairperson has indicated that we are, yes, the contract has been terminated, but we are still responsible to ensure the learners are exited. So there is no training that is happening, but we are working with MIXITA to ensure that learners have exited. And to date, we have exited 2939, and exiting is based on learners to be found competent. So we had verifications in December, and also in February, and also in March, and also out of the learners loaded, these are the we are now at 2939, and then at the end of March, we've loaded another. This will be the last one, and aimed to be finalized by end of May. And in terms of disciplinary processes, charges were finalized and issued in September 2025, and the hearing started in October. And it was also it's aimed at to be finalized in May 2026. And here, Chairperson, one of the key things, maybe Chairperson will ask, why from October 2025 till May now, why is it not finalized? There is a challenge of whatever PSIRA is doing, KMS use it as an evidence to against us. So there is a challenge there. Once we move, once we do something, what we have noted on those days that when the evidence was submitted, it's some things that we have done. So if we move and say you owe us 52 million, they would come and say, no, we've seen your report at the portfolio committee and you are aware of our 29.39, so we don't owe you that much. So everything that we do, they are on a lookout of it and they use it against us. And in terms of governance and stabilization of control, Chairperson, to strengthen our governance, we, as indicated, that we have separated our governance structure, where I was now speaking about the CEO not sitting and all those oversight committees that we have in the authority. So, and in terms of the financial controls that relates to SCM and audit findings. In terms of the SCM, we have now introduced a process of, before tenders are finalized, we have a probity test done by our internal audit, and it has greatly assisted to ensure that we don't approve tenders that are not compliant. And another one that relates to AFS prior period error. What we have done, Chairperson, we have went back to when the system was implemented, and we requested an independent review from that to check whether the movement, the balances are correct. So we have finalized that process, and we have the report that confirmed that in terms of the materiality errors, it was 500,000 and 1.6 million that were caused by presentation there. And when you look at the materiality threshold that warrant qualification, we were far below the materiality threshold of qualification. And in terms of irregular expenditure response, we have an irregular expenditure that speaks to budget overruns. So PSIRA, because it's a self-funded organization, if the budget, the expenditure, it's more than the budget, that amount is regarded as irregular expenditure. So last year we had an irregular expenditure like that. We also had an irregular expenditure that relates to where there was the procurement regulation that required us to use specific goals, but you would not use the specific goal if your system has not been configured that way. So transactions that were done when the procurement regulation was effective were found to be irregular. So the system was supposed to be configured to reach specific goals, but there were the 1 month when the system was not configured, the specific goals were not considered. So the irregular expenditure were mainly because of the new prescript and non-implementation of the specific goal at the time. But what we have done, we have now working closer with National Treasury to ensure that we have this compliance issues, because the time frame to ensure that the system is working and also the procurement process took time. But we have now partnered with the National Treasury, where we are always part of this procurement seminars where we are assisted on time. So in terms of performance information credibility, Chairperson, we have a year-end procedure where we have now included our internal audit And also we have, if performance, I would only speak to performance information that relates to the APP. But in terms of financial performance, we also are done with our validation of financial data, and we are going to use that. And most of the issues that were caused the audit finding, they relate to the prior period error. So the prior period error caused challenges in cash flow, and so because we have fixed the prior period error, and everything will be correctly presented without an issue. And on that note, I remember the CEO said he would want to have the final say on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, Chair, I think my colleagues have said a lot in detail. I'm just going to emphasize on the issues that perhaps did not come clear. Chair, if one asks what are the main issues that we will be embarking on this financial year, I think one of the key challenges, key aspect that we'll be tackling is the registration process. The due diligence, as we might know, that we have discovered that wrong elements have entered into our database, and some with the help of our staff. So we are strengthening the due diligence in terms of those who are coming in. What it means for us is that the process of registration will be changed. Instead of dealing with an application and dealing with the vetting of a person, once the application is done, the vetting will begin, will be the very first step of the process, and that requires us to link with institutions like the Criminal Record Center at the real time. And this is one of the challenges we've had over the years, Chair. We are struggling to get SAPS to agree to assist us to have access to the Criminal Record Center real time, so that we're able to determine from the start who are the people who are coming into the database. And this is perhaps where we will need quite a lot of assistance in the future. One of the other areas that we will be stepping up, Chair, we've already mentioned that we are getting 100 more inspectors. Majority of those inspectors will be junior inspectors, so that we can be able to afford to put a lot more numbers on the ground. And we intend to put a lot more emphasis on firearms, and that is in terms of the collection of firearms. And I'm saying this, Chair, because in 2013, there was a summit, national summit on firearms in Parliament, and out of that we were able to determine that there was over 12,000 companies that were either liquidated or no longer operational. This current unit that we have is busy trying to collect all those firearms that were once legal and now illegal. To date, they've collected just under 3,000 firearms, and they are doing very well. So we're looking at increasing those numbers. And we spoke earlier on about the organized crime unit. This is a unit that we've already established last year, but we were struggling to operationalize due to the capacity. Chair, what it also means is that this is not a unit that will be focusing on dealing with organized crime from a criminal point of view, but identifying it within the operators in our space and making sure that through the code of conduct investigations, we're able to root them out. But we look forward to work quite a lot with SAPS as well as crime intelligence to ensure that we are also giving them information as to who is involved in these activities, and we root all these elements out of our system. Chair, the other notable issue, which I think the CFO also touched on in the acting COO, is the Special Operations Unit. We've decided, Chair, to have a visible arm of the enforcement, and this is where we need to deal with, issues that we see on the street on a daily basis, where security vehicles are driven by people who are not registered with PSIRA or have not been vetted. They use vehicles for transportation of drugs or escorting drugs, and abuse of emergency lights and so on and so on. So this unit will be mainly as part of the work that we'll do, having visible patrols to ensure that all the operators of security services that are out there are operating within the law. And also part of their operations will be to support our inspectorate in high-level inspections, tackling extortionists. And I think already we are targeting all the cases that are already in court. You will know that SAPS at some point did a lot of investigations and a lot of arrests were made. So we are dealing with those cases so that we're able to root them out of our operations. The other unit that we seek to operationalize, which we also established a few years ago, is the K9 unit. This is where we need to ensure that all dogs that are used in our ports of entry, in our operations and security, are competent dogs and that have been trained properly, and we are able to use them within the law. So I think those are the notable issues, Chair. And the one last part of the notable issues is the training sector. You will recall that we've had a problem with an issue of Libyans in Mpumalanga. I'm happy to announce that that matter ran a course within our prosecution department when we were able to find them guilty of, I think, 23 counts out of 26. We know at the moment that they have filed an appeal, which is yet to be adjudicated, but we did find them guilty. But in order to solve the problem that we encountered at that stage, which was mainly inability to monitor who's doing what at what time, we will be then making sure that we procure a learner management system where all training providers within the country will be centralized into one platform so that we can have a view and know the activities of who is doing what at what point. So that is another game changer that is coming. Thank you, Chair. And the rest, I think, were issues of governance, which I think has been adequately given details, but I'm happy to also take questions on those. And lastly, Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity that you've given us to present. We look forward to assisting this committee. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chalke and the PSIRA team. Colleagues, I'm going to allow for questions by the members. I'm going to limit the time because we are slowly running out of time. So may I please see a show of hands for a round of questions? Notably, Honourable Schikkeling, Honourable James, Honourable Matthys. I'm going to allow Honourable Muela. There we go. Please stick to, I'm going to allow 5 minutes per member. Please be realistic in the questions that you ask so that there's enough time to answer everyone's questions. Honourable Schikkeling.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the presentation. Chairperson, over 30 million rand was paid upfront for services not rendered, with a further 52 million now tied up in delayed recovery processes. What specific disciplinary action has been finalized to date? And can PSIRA please name a single official who has been dismissed or criminally charged, so that we can know who those persons are? Then, Chair, the report says that disciplinary proceedings arising from forensic investigations have been delayed by incomplete evidence, procedural problems, and leadership changes, and are only expected to proceed in May 2026. Given that PSIRA currently has no duly constituted council and the CEO is acting as accounting authority, how can the committee have confidence that the consequence management will be independent and credible and not managed by the same institution whose controls failed? Then, Chair, the PSIRA Council, as I've said, has been dissolved and the CEO is now acting as the accounting authority. This in itself is a serious conflict of interest. How do they justify this concentration of power, and what safeguards are in place to prevent further governance failures during this period of instability? Chair, my second last question is, the administration now consumes nearly 63% of the budget, while law enforcement actually declines in proportional terms. How do they justify spending the majority of their funds on overheads instead of inspections and enforcement in a sector critical to public safety? We know that we need them so desperately. And PSIRA regulates over 2.7 million security officers and businesses. Yet there are serious compliance failures across the sector. There's no measurable evidence that they can provide that they've increased their oversight. There's no measurable digital systems that we can see that are in place that are actually improving safety outcomes. And we don't see any change. And Chair, my last question is, the prepayment documentation appears to place the former CEO at the center of the initial approval chain, with KMS addressing the upfront payment request to the CEO and a PSIRA response issued under a CEO authority. Has PSIRA obtained a forensic finding on whether Mr. Chauke personally authorized, approved, signed, or was aware of the advance payment approval? And if not, why is this not been conclusively established years after the AG identified the material irregularity? The broader complaint alleges that prepayment letters and supporting documents were forged or manufactured to justify payments, and this is a serious concern. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. I then hand over to the Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Am I audible? Because my network is really bad this morning.
Yes, we can hear you, Honourable James. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is, we know and we've heard recently security companies have come under scrutiny, right, within recent months. My first question I have, how does PSIRA, we have a situation, and this is in the community right now, how does PSIRA hold security companies accountable when their branded vehicles are found to be tampered with? For example, there's a car right now at the Lenasia Pound where the VIN number has been grinded off, the license disc is not original, the vehicle is not roadworthy, right? The number plates are not registered to the vehicle. It's a branded vehicle, the name of the security company is on. How does PSIRA monitor this? Also, you have other security companies also in the area where directors were arrested for being embroiled in cash in transit heists in the community. They continue to operate, they continue to carry firearms. How do you control these companies? And is there a way where you sort of, they get flagged or they get suspended? Yeah, just how do you monitor it? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. Honourable.
Is it me, Chair?
Yes, it's you, Honourable Montes.
Okay.
You can go for it. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Just quickly on the issue of former special forces, both from the SAPS and also from the Defence Force that are joining private security. This matter has come out both in the ad hoc committee and also the commission. So I didn't see anything in the presentation where this has been addressed, and I'm sure that this has been, or at least it should have been brought to the attention even before it came to the ad hoc committee and also to the commission. So what research has been done, or what exactly is going to happen? Because we can't have special forces or former trained special forces members that are now in private security and we are unable to track them, or all the money that the state invests in that are now joining private security. So if you can just get some information on that. On the security officers, oh no, that's fine. That question's been asked. Your rental expenses, just quickly on that, you spend about 6% of your budget on rental expenses. Where are you renting offices? Are you renting public work offices, or is it also private? Because we should be utilizing our public buildings. So if you could also answer that. And the consultation costs, You have it, I think it's at 47 million for this financial year. This you don't have to answer now, but I'm going to request that you send the committee the list of consultants that you use for this consultancy costs. But what you can speak to perhaps is how do you go about appointing consultants to provide the services that they do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matthijs. And then hand over to the Honorable Moela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just go straight to my questions and also welcome the presentation from CSPS. I'm going to start with the program 1 intervention. The CSPS targets 86% revenue collection. What are the main constraints preventing full collection presently with these particular targets of 86%? What intervention has been put in place to deal with persistent non-paying security companies? Which processes is followed to ensure that there is full commitments in terms of compliance to companies so that they are able to meet their targets in terms of revenue collections? Given the rising impairment of debts, how sustainable is the current revenue model based on levies? It is likely going to yield positive results in the future, or is it a system that requires a review in its entirety? Can we also get clarity on this one? In terms of the APP targets, 100% implementation of audit action plans. What were the key findings from the AGSA in prior years? How far is the entity with addressing those findings? And what period have they taken to address those particular findings which have been flagged by the AG in this particular regard? The issue of the council have been touched. With regards to the digital strategy that have been presented here, it moves from 40% to 60% implementation. What specific systems will be delivered in 2026, 2027? What are the specific deliverables for 2026, 2027 with regard to this digital strategy? Program 2 inspections increased significantly to 9,100 businesses and 44,000 officers. What additional capacity has been allocated to achieve this particular issue? How are inspections prioritized across the country, especially in high crime areas where non-compliance is an order of the day? There are certain circumstances, which an example which Honorable James have been given here, where there is a number of non-compliance and inconsistency in terms of the private security companies that are in operation in the system. What percentage of inspected entities are found to be non-compliant, and what are the most common violations that the entity is able to encounter when they are busy with the issue of inspection? And lastly, for me, Chairperson, the issue of the gun regulation strategy that is currently at NERSA. What is the process to ensure that there is a proper regulation of guns in the country? More so that there is a number of guns that are found in circulation in the country, which are found not to be regulated. What is the process that the CSIRA is doing to be able to mitigate this particular matter of guns regulations? You find a situation, Chair, where the security companies, private security companies, are holding guns which are even more powerful than the security cluster itself. And mostly you'll find that particularly those particular guns and the people who are holding those particular people are non-compliant in this particular instance, where individuals will be guided by a heavily armed security personnel which goes around terrorizing the community and so forth and so forth. What are the consequences and how far is the process of ensuring there is a motivation and there is a regulation in this particular instance? That will be my submission for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to CSPS. A few questions have already been touched on regarding governance. There's one around the guns, which we continue to raise as the committee, especially the guns, the security industry, but also the people that start securities or register securities with an intent to acquire guns. So I think one of the things that might help, Chair, it might not be for this meeting because it might need a much more written insofar as the KMS issue and how that particular process doesn't seem to be reaching finality. One. The second aspect that I did not get from the presentation, I get a sense that PSIRA still operates like the security world or the security industry is still as it was in, let's say, 10, 15 years ago. And there's no resources being set aside to do some in-depth research in terms of the current state of the security industry, both the personnel, the kind of activities, and the kind of issues that the security industry is facing with. Because I will believe that part of that revenue that's raised, that maybe maybe it's not needed to be utilized now, as it was said. It needs to go to research. There's no way we can get on top of the issues in the private security industry without some real research that's being done. It might be something that the PSIRA might want to collaborate with either the HSRC or the CSIR to help in terms of the in-depth research, because some of these issues that we are highlighting, whether it's the issue that Honorable Mateis raises insofar as people or individuals living, either the police or the army to get into the private industry, it then creates a private security industry that has morphed from what it was initially thought it will be. To doing the work that ordinarily ought to be done by the South African Police Service or the South African National Defence Force. And without some in-depth research, that work, will still continue as if things were in 10, 15 years ago. So just to get a sense in terms of the research capacity of PSIRA and what are the things that they are picking up in the state of the security industry. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Skosana. Come back to the Honorable Skosana. If I might then hand over back to Mr. Chalke for the relevant response.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will take some questions and I'll also ask my colleagues to assist with the questions. I will start off by the questions from the Honorable Schickling. I think the first issue, the first question that was asked was around the issue of the disciplinary proceedings. We have actually given an update that the disciplinary proceedings have not been finalized as yet, and they are proceeding somewhere around July, if not May. So none has been finalized. And the other question was, how can the committee have confidence in the Mr. Chauke regarding the question of disciplinary proceedings? And that perhaps is a question that I may be able to answer. I think that it is quite clear I do not preside over these disciplinary proceedings. They are presided over by independent people. I also do not personally prosecute. We utilize our labor relations unit to do that, as well as utilize panels of attorneys to do some of the work for us. And perhaps the only decision that I will take is to decide whether to discipline people or to implement the recommendations of those disciplinaries. The other question was, what are the safeguards with regard to governance? We have already explained that I've disengaged myself in most of the operational committees within, and that's what the CFO has explained, to ensure that there is no conflict in terms of the decisions that I will take or provide oversight to at a later stage. So we are constantly watching over issues that might be presenting a conflict or potential conflict and dealing with those issues. Chair, I will also there was also a question regarding a statement regarding documents that have been forged. Chair, you might be aware that we have referred an investigation to the SIU, and also the AG referred it to the SIU. We are both awaiting the outcome of those references. I have personally met with the head of investigations in the SIU, and we have had discussions. We've handed over documents to them, and that was before they processed the documents to the president. So we're waiting for that, Chair. And if perhaps members are aware of any matters that are criminal and forgery, we would like to know so that we can pursue that criminally. And on the details of who has been charged and when and whether the charges, Chair, we have been respectively advised by attorneys that we should manage litigation risk because we are now having a arbitration that is pending. So whatever details of this matter is shared publicly that may risk the litigation that we are pursuing at the moment. And regarding the issue of what has been done to date, Chair, I think we have already given the update earlier on that since our last engagement, we have almost 76% of the students having been taken through accreditation by MIC-SETA, which means that they were found to be competent. And I think the last batch that would make that 76% is now currently being processed, which we are confident that it will also be processed, adequately. And what does that question answer, Chair? It answers the allegation that there was money paid and there was no training that was done. It is quite clear that that is not true. The training was done. If there was no training, MIC-SETA would not have accredited those students. So those processes are quite very rigorous. And I must say that not all the students that were trained will be accredited. We are already aware that there are certain students through the process that did not finish the training. Some attended the training but were not found to be competent. So we are yet to, at the end of the process, to get that number of those students, and we will be able to clarify that at a later stage. We are in a process of recovery, Chair, of the monies that we have paid in order to pursue this process, and we believe that we can ask for indulgence from the committee as well as the public to be patient so that the legal processes are done and so that we can adequately account to the nation as to what had happened really on these monies, also including the investigations that are to take place. Let me hand over to my colleagues to deal with the other questions, and I will come back if there's any questions of clarity. Thank you. Can I ask the CFO to deal with the finance questions and the acting COO to deal with the other questions as well as the law enforcement?
Thank you, CEO. With regards to the PSIRA targets, the 86% collection of revenue, why are we not targeting 100%? The target is mainly for budget purposes because the amount that we put there based on projected collection will determine the expenditure. But however, I just want to indicate to this committee, as at today, in the last year, the year that we have just closed, we've collected 94% of it. And this 86% is just to ensure that the budget is adequately funded. So we normally collect more than the 86%. And what have we put in place to ensure that we are the non-payment of security companies? In terms of the nature, we understand that not every security provider will pay on time. But what we have introduced, we have payment terms, especially for small emerging companies, and also additionally, if there is a debt that is that relates to a security provider, we allow acknowledgement of debt for the security officers to get a good standing letter of good standing, so that the person can still participate in the security the market security market. And the impairment of debts, yes, we are trying to the measures that we put in place in terms of AOD and payment terms, we are trying to ensure that the impairment, we don't impair a lot. But however, in terms of our presentation of the financial statement, if you don't impair a lot, in terms of the standards, it looks like we are inflating our debtors because the debtors are regarded as monies that are going to be collected. So impairment, if it's high, it also indicates that we are fair in assessing our financial position to the industry or to the public, so that they know that the money that we present as debtors, it's not inflated by possible uncollectible debts. And in terms of APP targets, there's 100% of audit action plan. So what were those errors? How are we going to fix them? Mainly the errors relate to prior period, which relates to debtors. This was because of the new introduced billing system. And we have done a recalculation on our own, and we also asked for an independent auditor to look into it. And we have received a report, and we have met with the AG to present the methodology. We have met with internal auditors, and we've also sent the methodology to the AG. So yesterday we had a workshop with the Auditor General to indicate what we have done, what were the issues. and we have a report and the calculation that backs up the recalculation. And in terms of the rental expense, which building are we renting? What we normally do, Chairperson, we advertise our tenders, and anyone who tenders, we evaluate, and then we also do inspection of the local, and then if it found to be fitting the purpose, we also run it through probity, and our leases are vetted by legal prior to implementation. I'm not sure if I'm missing any. In relation to the digital transformation, we've got we have the plans to move it to the 40 to 60 implementation. We are planning to have a enterprise resource planning system, the firearm management system, the customer relation management system, and maybe on another, the question still say, how do we assess the value for money? We do market research. We also negotiate if the money is found to be over our budget, but the negotiation are done at the end with the service provider that has won. So they are not done before. So that's what we do. And in terms of whether are we okay with our project digital strategy, we are on track, and we are aiming to still the 60% implementation is feasible in this financial year. I think the finance one, I'll hand over to our acting COO or DT law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may. Let me just get to my notes here quickly. All right. So starting with the law enforcement related questions, I mentioned earlier that we are capacitating. I think we have elaborated on that quite significantly, but there were two questions relating to this. So inspections are prioritized through a risk-based approach, focusing on high crime areas, complaints data, repeat offenders, maybe firearm-related risks, non-compliant tools of trade, and areas with high concentration of security providers. So where non-compliance is assessed through inspection outcomes, our complaints, repeat inspections, prosecutions, and enforcement trends. And the most common violations that we include unregistered officers, non-compliant businesses, firearm control weaknesses, improper uniforms or branding, strobing lights, and then other non-compliant tools of trade. So we set our targets at 92% for complaints resolution, 96% for prosecution. We have achieved these targets in the previous financial year. As I mentioned, we got the 100% on our APP, and we are comfortable to say that with our current recapacitation and increased capacitation of this division, we will definitely reach those targets again. Then I think the next question related to CSPS compliance and oversight. So CSPS is strengthening our compliance and oversight through implementation of integrated systems that enable real-time oversight, improve traceability, and measurable regulatory impact. So the system specific to this that we are implementing to support everything that we've already had was a compliance and inspection management system. So we are going digital from this perspective, make sure that these things happen quickly and efficiently. We have a case management system for investigations and complaints that also support the same. We have real-time verification platform where we allow our clients and regulators to actually go in and check what the status of individuals and companies are. We have a digital registration system that we are busy expanding and developing, and then also looking at data integration and analytics, as I mentioned earlier today as well. Relating to the question of what's CSIRA's process when it comes to security companies that are non-compliant, I think I've touched on it a little, but let me just get into a bit more detail. So CSIRA follows a very strict...
Acting CEO, sorry to interrupt you. I see the head of law enforcement has come in. She will assist with those questions.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you. Didi Zoni.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Committee. I think I will be answering the questions around what's this? How does CSIRA hold companies, security companies accountable? Well, to answer that question, Honorable Chair, I will say that as CSIRA, we almost on the streets, like every day, the inspectors are doing inspections and investigations on a daily basis. And where we find issues of non-compliance, we suspend companies, we withdraw companies, and we issue hefty fines as a means of deterrence, which is why you will see that maybe on the legal cost, there's the 3% increase where we've been taken to courts, we need to defend ourselves. So there we are almost on the ground every day. There's another question around the companies continuously operating. I'm not too sure which ones are those, because on like every week on a Thursday we sit and there's a regulatory subcommittee that deals with the complaints where security companies have been found non-compliant, and that's where decisions are made whether we suspend and withdraw those companies. And there was a question from Honorable Mwela around the issue of the increase. Honorable Mwela, if you look at our performance in 2023-24, you can see that the number of security businesses inspected was around 7,886, and security officers inspected was 39,119. So with the increased capacity, like currently we have 97 inspectors and we're hoping to get 100 inspectors more, we are of the view that we will be able to meet those targets that we have set for ourselves. In terms of the percentage of entities that are found to be non-compliant, during the last financial year, security businesses on the companies that we have inspected, we have found 9% of security companies are non-compliant, and for security officers, there was 13% of security officers that were non-compliant. And in terms of compliance overall in the sector, there's 91% compliance in the private security sector, let alone that most of these complaints that we normally find are those complaints that are related to wages of the security officers that we will like normally send to the bargaining council and the provident fund. I think Jeanette has answered the approach that we use when we conducting the inspections. And I think I'll stop there, Honorable Chair, unless if there are any other follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The last two questions, one was from Honorable Mateis regarding the issue of former special forces in security. I think the question was, what can be done? Chair, there is a provision that was made for a similar kind of situations in our Act, and that we find in Section 23(1)(f) of the CSIRA Act. This is regarding the requirements of registration. What that section says is that when we register people who have been in the military, in the police, in the security industry, as well as in the intelligence forces or other services in South Africa or elsewhere. They need to provide us with a clearance certificate from their organizations. So I think the solution that we can have is to work with SAPS and so that they can develop a policy to have a way in which they are issuing these certificates, because without this certificate, former military people and police cannot register with PSIRA. So that might be a way of limiting them. Whether that process will be constitutional, I'm not sure about it, but there is currently a measure which can be used to limit the use of the special forces within the private sector, and that's that is the section of using that. With regard to the research, I totally agree with Honorable Ghana with regard to us unpacking the research, particularly on the recent trends and what is happening within the industry, whether the enforcement mechanism are adequate, and also partnering with other institutions that might share some light. We are trying to broaden our research, as we've said that one of the areas we have done was to open a unit specifically that will be focusing on research that is training related within the industry, but we continue to unpack the research generally within the industry. But Chair, we will welcome any request for any specific research that might be coming elsewhere so that we are able to answer most questions. Thank you, Chair, and I will stop there for now.
There's two more.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, CFO, maybe you can just...
Yeah, there's two more from finance, the one that relates to rental of office spaces.
Oh, yes, please, carry on.
Yes, the one that relates to consultancy fees. The rental of office space, the rental of office space, I think I've responded to that. The one that is still outstanding is the one that relates to the overheads, the administrative cost that it's bloated. Why are we spending on overheads? Maybe the administrative, I think the slide 17 indicate what is in administration. So finance, it's housed in there. Corporate services, it's housed in there. Operation and research and development, it's housed in there. And when also you look at slide, the one that speaks to the top 5 cost driver, the bad debts written off budget, it's which amounts to 80 million. It's funded through that program. The rental expenses also, as one of the biggest ticket item, it's funded under that program. Also the legal fees. So most of the top 5 cost drivers, they're funded through the admin costs. So the bad debts, the consultancy fees, and the legal fees are funded under this program. And with regards to the consultancy fees, the list, we will be providing a list of consultants that were done in the previous year, because for the next year, we would not know which consultant we would employ, because we will follow the bid process. We would advertise, and the service provider will tender and then will appoint. So in terms of consultancy, we will we normally, what we do, we advertise, and there's RFQs. If the tenders are or the bids are lower, there will be quotation, and if there's above 1 million, we would advertise and follow the bid process. But in order to comply to the request by member, we will send the previous consultants that we have used under BIT, the employee wellness, organizational climate, and the research surveys that were conducted in the previous year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chalke. I noted the hands of, okay, Honorable Schikkeling.
Chair, I just have a follow-up question, please. I hear what Mr. Chauke says about the students that successfully completed the training. May we please, at the next meeting, I think it's next week, Friday, receive a list from PSIRA of the names of the students that have successfully completed the training that he has alluded to. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. We do have a meeting regarding that specific matter coming up in the near future. I'm also aware of the fraudulent training registers. We have raised it in the committee before as well, that they were registers that were fraudulently compiled to make it seem as though training did happen, and a lot of the fraudulent documentation was also part of what was handed to the Auditor General. I see the Honorable Ntuli, Chief Whip. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all other colleagues and everyone in the meeting. Chair, please accept my apology that I got cut off maybe for about 20 minutes to 30 minutes because of the network. So some of the questions I may be raising might have been covered in the last part of the presentation or in the question and answer sessions by my colleagues. But the first one, Chairperson, is it relates to the, I understand that the council was dissolved last year. I believe that was due to the council for PSIRA, or that was due to maladministration. As a consequence of which, then the CEO got appointed to do the tasks that are essentially supposed to be executed by the council itself. I think the first thing that I would have wanted clarity on is how far is the process of appointing a new council, because I would imagine that there would be challenges going forward where you have a CEO who's equally doubling up as a council, because with time that is going to create problems that may be a major challenge to the functionality of the institution. The second question relates to, I remember last year, sometimes last year, February or March last year, I think the minister had gazetted certain regulations which were then open for public comments. I'm not sure if the leadership of the institution can give us a sense of the issues that emerge out of that process, because I think there was a widespread reportage of some of the responses found not to be easy to deal with by the institution. So one would be interested to know how far is that process, and probably what was the nature of the submissions that were received by the institution, and how far are we in dealing with those in order to finalize and take the process to its logical conclusion. And once again, Chair, please forgive me in an event where I'm raising questions that were already covered. As I said, I got cut off for a few minutes because of the network. Thanks. I'm sure you'll forgive me. I'm a new member of this committee, so I can ask a question that has already been asked and answered.
You are forgiven. You are forgiven. That's 100%. Mr. Chalke, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Ntuli. The process of appointing a new council is currently underway. The minister have already reported that there is a shortlisting that has taken place, and that the process will be dispensed with very soon. The second question was on the regulations gazetted, and I think specifically those were firearm regulations. Chair, let me report that we received over 30,000 representations, and we sought to deal with each and every specific representation that was done. That process is almost to be concluded, and a report will be given to the minister. And some of the issues that were raised, Chair, was the issues regarding the regulations attempting to disarm the industry, and also the regulations attempting to hamper the industry from operating efficiently. And some issues that were raised was issues regarding the impractical application of the regulations that we have proposed. And those are the issues, and I think many other issues, but we will be able to share the list of those issues once we have done the process. In fact, we intend to share, if you Chair can recall, that there was that request that we share what the representations were. So parallel to that, we will be dealing with all these representations and asking the minister to take the process forward. And yeah, I think what took time is really the issue of dealing with each and every representation, so that we do not have to leave everyone and being challenged later on the basis of not having taken into account other representations that were made by stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chauke. Colleagues, I'm going to start concluding. On the 20th of May, we have a meeting regarding CSPS. I am not I'm not comfortable with a lot of the presentation, questions, some of the answers. Well, let me state it differently. I'm very comfortable with all of the questions that were raised. This committee previously made recommendations regarding both the CEO and the CFO of CSPS. You'd remember at that stage, they requested that I should also recuse myself last year in 2025. What bothers me about today's presentation is that it's the same old, same old. It feels like a lot of what we have been asking for in terms of repercussions haven't happened. Let me be brutally honest. If I look at what was presented today, I see an organization that is on life support, and even that life support is hardly functional. The fact that the acting minister, and this is what we will discuss on the 20th, the acting minister indicated that Mr. Chauke will give feedback regarding the SIU investigation. That in itself is problematic. We cannot have the accounting authority, and this isn't anything with regard to specifically Mr. Chauke, so it's not personal. But we can't have that the accounting authority, or even let's say that the council of CSPS still existed, could give us feedback on an investigation done by the SIU. So we will go into a formal process of writing to the SIU for formal feedback regarding that investigation. We will engage once again with the Auditor General. And then lastly, I think what is the most disappointing part of the APP is virtually zero criminal proceedings against anyone inside inside CSPS. I'm extremely concerned about that, because there is no doubt whatsoever, specifically regarding the KMS and UIF matter, that fraud was committed, amongst other things. So it makes no sense to me that several years later, we are again having this discussion. This is probably the third or fourth engagement where we've touched on this. Little or no money has been recovered, and we haven't seen anyone be charged, and the prosecution process started. So we are going to work in that direction. And as a committee, we've agreed on it before, and I'm sure the committee supports that we will continue hounding this specific matter. I would like to give an opportunity to DM Boshelo or DM Matale to maybe just make a closing remark before I close the meeting for today. Dear Mboshielo, dear Matale. We'll come back now. Colleagues, I'm going to close the meeting for today with knowing that we are meeting on the 20th of May to continue the PSIRA discussion. I think what we've learned today, it gives us an opportunity to go back on or refer back to what was discussed today and in previous meetings. And I just want to thank everyone for their interest. Honorable Ntuli, welcome to you as well. I forgive you once more for your late questions, and we look forward to engaging on the 20th of May. With that, the meeting is closed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.